Because like I'll talk into the back of it, right?
Like this is me. See, I don't know. Like it
Well,
sounds
what
like it's
kind
picking
of
it up.
does it? What are the polar circles on it? I have 4 different polar patterns.
I don't know what that means.
That's the pickup angle. Is it? It
Yeah,
shows a
yeah.
circle, an infinity symbol,
I don't see any of that. There's a
a
gold
slight
circle.
circle with a dent.
There's a gold circle.
It should be a switch.
Not on this one.
Well, then you probably only have one.
Yeah, I don't see.
It only has the one setting, which is bidirectional.
Made in Australia. No shit. Damn. Let me look it up. Or look up the NT-1. That's the one that I have.
So, like, the thing about the Omnis is that they pick up more around the microphone, but less from farther away, and that's why they're good for lavaliers.
Ah. Okay.
See? Like, literally, you pick up behind the microphone as well as you're picking up the tip of the microphone with Omnis.
There's a large cardioid polar pattern. I don't know if that means anything.
Yes. The cardioid is the standard mic pattern. It's the heart shape. That's why it's called cardioid.
I think people use this one for vocals too. This might
Cardioid
not be...
is the most common for singing.
So this is this one just seems like a general microphone. Whereas something like a on camera, no. Broadcast. The pod mic.
You'd have to see what kind of microphone it is specifically.
Okay, so
and
they
then
have...
I could tell you if you give me the actual brand name.
I'm looking at Rode.
Because I could literally look at a picture of your microphone and tell you
So these are
just on
broadcast ones.
where the settings are. I don't care about these. I care about the one you have.
Oh, you're literally talking about that. Okay.
Yes.
This one.
Okay. Where is its polar pattern? Cardioid polar pattern. So,
Okay.
but the thing is you can see the condenser inside the microphone there. That's the actual microphone itself.
Yeah.
So the pickup pattern is coming from that section, not the top of the microphone.
Yes,
but the
and that's
face.
what I was saying. Is that if
It doesn't
I
have
angle
any
it,
other it doesn't have
Yeah.
any pickup patterns. It looks like.
so like theoretically,
What's even the
if I'm
point of
talking to
putting
it
the
here-
grate on the back then?
I don't know. Sounds like there's a microphone there. But
I
I was
mean,
talking
'cause
to the
you're-
back of it, and
If
it
you're
sounds shit.
close to your microphone, when you tap it, it's gonna pick it up.
Yeah.
I'm not touching my
Okay. Well,
mic here
theoretically,
either, but
I'm just gonna leave this right here, and let's test something. All right. How do I sound? I sound like shit.
terrible. But if you go in the hall at the same distance and you sound better, that tells you right there.
Well,
Yeah,
there you
it's
go.
way better that direction. So you should actually angle your setup so it's bouncing towards the wall instead of that door, because you're picking up everything on the other side of that door
Yes.
now.
Yeah. My problem is, to do that, I would need to literally remove everything out of my room and relocate it.
Well, you just turn the angle away from the door is all I'm saying.
The other option is I move my screens from that side to this side, and move my microphone from here to there, so I'm looking this way and the microphone's coming this way.
Yeah, as long
That's
as
the only
it's
other option.
as long as it's not directly facing the door that brings the most noise in the house.
Yeah, because the only other option is having the camera face at the mirrors. I don't like that. But yeah, so that is my one. Although I think they've probably made it better. But like, there's what's a live? That's literally live performance. What's a ribbon? Interesting. So what the broadcast? Because like even when I was looking at microphones, like this one is in the same kind of mark. So let's see what this says. Internal pop filter. That's kind of interesting. All metal. It doesn't tell you what the
That
thing is.
probably means that there's multiple.
Yeah. Acoustic cardioid polar pattern.
There you go. Most microphones are cardioid.
Specs.
Does Rode make ribbons? Do they have ribbon microphones?
Yeah, that's what I just. Not that one. This one.
That's crazy.
I don't know what a ribbon microphone is.
They're like so they're an older design of microphone. You know how you have that twang in those old music and records and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
It's because it's being recorded on ribbon.
Okay. So what does it actually offer of benefit?
So like if you're recording like an orchestra, it's the microphone you use.
Okay.
So
It's
like
just
the
got-
thing is
it
that
picks everything up.
it's like an extremely precise, finicky microphone. Like
okay.
it's like the ultimate like studio microphone. You'll see a lot of when they're recording singers and stuff. A lot of times it will be on a ribbon in the studio, even though they use like a standard Rode 50 cardioid stick mic on stage. Like
Interesting.
but they're also the most fragile. Like if you drop them, they break.
Yeah, I would imagine.
So they're extremely expensive and breakable. But
Oh shit! This one's a USB microphone.
the dynamics are like the most rugged. Dynamic cardioid is going to be your standard microphone because it's the most rugged.
Yeah. Maybe maybe my setup's a bit too complicated.
Yeah. Also,
I
is
should've
yours
just
a
gotten a
condenser
USB.
mic or a dynamic mic?
I'm gonna say dynamic.
Because like condensers pick up less
It's a condenser.
internal. Oh, so that's better. So like the condenser picks up, so you can't like there's like a separate power supply to the microphone, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes,
that power
yes.
supply takes all the noise out of the microphone that the power supply would bring into the microphone. So condensers are also better for controlled settings.
Okay, so then I probably made the right choice getting this one then. Although you can get colors now, that's kind of cool. Had
Yeah,
this
the gold
microphone for
circle
a
is just
while.
letting you know what the front of the mic is. It doesn't have any
Yeah.
alt pickups.
Like that's what I figured out. I think the first like 6 episodes of the podcast show, I was speaking into the back of the microphone, which is very funny.
Which
But,
like
yeah,
if
everything's
I
set
was
up.
there and we were working in a studio, that would be solved in
Wouldn't have
about
happened.
5 seconds.
Yeah.
But because I can't actually see shit, and when I try to troubleshoot, you just yell at me, so I can't troubleshoot anything with you anyway.
I don't like troubleshooting. Holy shit, the new one has XLR and USB. 32-bit float digital output? What does that mean?
Couldn't tell you.
Because the other thing that this has is this. Now, I'm going to have to screen share the whole thing. Let's just go this one. So, this, right? I can go not that one. This one, I think. There's like settings that I can somehow I can access my microphone and change the settings on the actual microphone itself.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't remember how to get there now. This is going to piss me off, but it can fully customize how it picks everything up. I'm actually annoyed that I can't remember how to do this. Anyway, not relevant. I'll figure it out and show later. But I can completely customize the pickup of the audio. I just don't know what the fuck I'm looking at, so I haven't touched it. That's about it. I will let the Discord know we are streaming.
Media degree can be pretty helpful.
Media degree?
Mm-hmm.
Well, mine's communication.
I tried to do shit.
Yeah, I tried to do film. I tried to do film and documentary studies stuff. They told me to fuck off. They said I had to do certain classes or I couldn't do it. So I didn't do it.
Yeah, that's normally how degrees work.
Well, it's ridiculous because if I'm doing an arts degree specializing in communication and journalism, I should be able to take documentary classes and filmmaking classes. That makes no sense why those classes shouldn't be available to me in a communications degree. Like, it's fundamentally absurd. I have so many problems with Deacon.
Welcome back to Dark Corner's Classics. Fritz Lang's M is not technically the first serial killer film. Among others, it is predated by Alfred Hitchcock's The Lodger. But it is the first modern serial killer film. In fact, even now, 86 years after its release, it remains ahead of its time. In the 1920s, Fritz Lang was the king of epic German cinema. From the vast two-part fantasy saga Die Nibelungen to the futuristic cityscapes of Metropolis. Even when he made a crime drama, it was over 4 hours long.
What the
Yet,
fuck?
for his first sound film, Lang retreated from the epic to something small, realistic, almost domestic. Part of the reason for this was certainly that the failure of his science fiction duo, Metropolis and Woman in the Moon, had virtually bankrupted legendary studio UFA, and Lang was forced to go elsewhere for support. While Metropolis had been a year in production, M was shot in a mere 6 weeks.
Metropolis, they literally
but while
flooded
the
the
silent
set.
epics are masterpieces,
Crazy.
most
some
commentators
of the
attach the
effects.
caveat flawed. With M,
And
Lang
it's a
made
silent
something
film.
horrific, but flawless.
Oh yeah, it's amazing though.
Crazy.
It's hard to know where to begin with M, because it is a masterpiece
As long
in
as you
so
have an
many ways.
appreciation,
Viewed today, it is simply a brilliant film.
That's what's
But
so
for the
cool
time in
about
which it was
film.
made, it is
Like,
extraordinary.
With art, I think
Sound
it's
films
much
were still in
different
their
because
infancy,
technically,
and yet Lang, with his first
as soon as we had like, paintbrushes and shit, we could have done photorealistic paintings. I mean, you look at Renaissance; they're very photorealistic,
Yeah.
right? So like with art, techniques do come along, but there's nothing really stopping anyone. They see a picture in their head and they make it. With film, it's so interesting because you see the early era it's evolving out of the stage play. So you'll see a lot of older films are kind of like how musicals feel, where musicals feel like Little Shop of Horrors, for example. Like every set feels like a very obvious set, except maybe the dentist office. That feels like a more real office.
Yeah.
But like outside in the streets, it looks like fake
Oh, it's
streets.
very
It looks
setty.
like a stage.
Yeah.
You know.
Especially like when she's
shit.
singing, when she's singing in like the dilapidated building. That's so obviously a set.
Yeah, but that's the point though, is that it's capturing
it's like
a stage
play.
So, and like a lot of early films, like Trip to the Moon, for example, by George Méliès.
Is that the bang jump straight to the moon movie? The one
No,
that
it's a silent
Futurama
film.
references? Oh, is it?
Yeah, but it is anytime you see a guy who's covered in whipped cream as a moon in the sky. So that's what they did with Trip to the Moon, because he put whipped cream on a shaving cream in a guy's face to show the moon. And but the whole movie, if you actually look at it, you can tell that it's an actual stage. Like everything is being done on a stage like you would have played. But this guy was the first person to realize that you can do like a cut and make things appear and disappear. You know? And then there's this other film where it's just like I don't remember the movie that it's in, but the scene is firefighters putting out a fire. Okay? And so the original cut of the film, it shows the firefighters putting out the fire, and then it shows the same scene again, but from like the outside. Right? So it like rewinds time to show another perspective. Okay. And that film was then, like a year or two later, re-edited to intercut. And it was the first movie to figure out that you could cut back and forth like that to show two different perspectives in the same time.
Yes. Yes. Interesting. I was going to say, was that the first one that did it?
Yeah. So, like, that's what's interesting about film. Like, Jazz Singer, I believe, is the first film with audio that's not just... And that's why it's about a singer, because they were capturing him.
Okay.
And it's also an infamously racist film. I'm not sure if you know this.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so it's about basically this guy, he puts on blackface.
Great.
Because and like, it's not his character doing it. It's him playing a black guy in blackface.
Oh,
because
it's one
black
of those
people
movies.
weren't allowed to be in movies, so when
Yes.
you needed somebody who's a jazz singer, a white guy couldn't do it. We had to have a black role there. But are we going to cast a black actor? No, we're going to fucking put blackface on. Black people can't act. Except they also didn't call them black people at the time.
I imagine it's a lot more...
But we have to learn... Jazz singer is like one of those things where you will not go to a film studies class without learning about this.
Okay.
Like, it is one of those... Like, you might not hear about Birth of a Nation, but you'll hear about Jazz Singer. You know, but that's the thing, my point with film, is that
Why is Birth of a
the
Nation
early
so...
stuff is important to look at because you can actually see an evolution of technique
Film?
like you don't see in other art forms.
I mean, all the old movies that are classics because they basically foreran techniques, no? Like, Wizard of Oz is incredible because of the techniques used of filmmaking, no? Like, that's why?
I think it's just more important because it was, like, the first Technicolor. Like, the color is so vibrant. And
it is, yes.
even before that, color movies couldn't really capture that. And what's also interesting is that the beginning of the filming, people say it's black and white. It's not.
No, it's monochrome.
It's sepia.
Wait, is it really?
Yeah.
Wait, it is too. You're right. You're 100% correct. I didn't even think about it. I haven't seen it for so long. You're 100% correct. It's brown.
Well, orange brown.
Yeah. It's brown. That's funny. I've
But
never
that's the
actually
thing
thought
is
about
like
it
in
like
these
that.
older films, like when we look at silent films, there'll be a lot of color in them, but there'll be it's a toned sepia filter. It'll be like blue, green, red, but they're very dull colors, right?
Yeah.
But Méliès was one of the first people to introduce color to film. And what he did was go through and painted every individual frame by hand with watercolors.
Damn.
Right? Isn't that fucking awesome?
That's a lot of work.
So then, you're gonna love this story. This is gonna fascinate you. So then, the company that owns his films, by the way, we had no film preservation before World War II.
Mm-hmm.
So, because he was a French filmmaker, Méliès, when his studio went under, he died in World War One. When his studio goes under without him, a lot of his films are literally liquidated to make high heels and shoes.
What the fuck?
So the films we
Crazy.
do have that are preserved of his, and he's one of the most important filmmakers of all time. Like, he literally invented special effects. Like, the cut to make people appear was his idea. But he also plays a lot with foregrounds and stuff. So, like, he does a underwater movie by shooting through fish tanks. So fish
That's
would be in the
fucking cool.
foreground swimming naturally through the frame. But then, the corporation that was protecting his films, which wasn't a Film Preservation Institute of France or anything, it was a corporate ownership, they wanted to go through and colorize all his films in the style that he did. Not actually painting them, but just in a similar style. And a student council came and went to court against these people to protect and preserve filmmaking. Who do you think the leader of that student council was?
What
to
year was it?
protect films from change.
What year was it?
Oh, this is like 50s, 60s, maybe.
Student Council. 50s and 60s.
He's a famous director,
Yeah, I assumed as much.
but he
Kubrick?
made a stand to preserve and not alter films.
Was it Kubrick?
It was George Lucas.
Really?
So he literally was the head of
Wow.
a student council to preserve and not alter film. Isn't that fucking great? Is that
That's
funny?
awesome. That's so funny. I was not even thinking George Lucas.
I know, right? Because
Yeah,
why
like,
would you think preservation of film?
Like, I would have, like, Francis Ford Coppola, something like that. But he would have been too old at that point, I imagine. So that's why I didn't go with him. That's why I was like, Kubrick, movies in the 70s, maybe that could have fit. But no, George Lucas is very surprising. So I looked it up. The book of Wizard of Oz is in public domain now. The movie is not. However,
It
you're
will be
100%
soon.
correct. 10 years, yep. You are 100% correct. This is a sepia tone. This is a color film with a filter. That's fucking hilarious. So they literally baited us. Like, this is totally color. Like,
But
nothing changed.
this is still like the innovation.
I just want to
of-
watch the transition scene between the sepia and the color.
I mean, I'm sure there's people who do it, but because this will fuck you.
There we go. See? Nothing changed. That's actually great. How did they do that?
Well, like
she
I
walks
said,
out
this
the
is the
door.
first movie that that Technicolor comes in. I
It's like
think.
if you look, right? So like the sepia tone is still there.
Uh-huh. So,
But not in the door.
So what's happening here is you can do things like rear projection and stuff.
Yes, okay.
So, but also they can control what in the scene is colored.
Yeah, because it's all post, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure that Twitch is actually running. So it might not be.
I don't think it is. I've been trying to open the channel on the other screen, but I keep getting interrupted.
Yeah, I don't think the Twitch is actually running. I had a feeling it might. So let's see if that works. Doesn't seem to want to start. Let me take it off. YouTube's up. It says view on YouTube. Okay. Edit. Alright, let's just save it with that, and I'll edit the title on Twitch itself. Okay, sending data. Okay, now we're fine. That should be starting now, theoretically. Okay. Now. We are live. Okay, cool. Okay, so as you're saying, so you can selectively color. Well, I mean, okay, so like obviously the scene itself is color. So they've selectively put the sepia tone over the top.
Yeah, but you can also just layer film.
Yeah, okay.
This is all stuff I don't know. I did lie.
Well, that's the thing.
I'm sorry.
It's like, if you look at the way, especially programs like Avid, I'm not sure if you use that, but the reason why you have a timeline in editors is that it's simulating the film strip.
In an actual editing program.
Yeah, so like you used to have the splicer and shit.
Yeah. Because you,
So,
you would
like-
cut frames and stick them together, right?
But you could
What
also
a shit job.
you could also layer them. And actually,
Okay.
there's a movie that there's a movie that I just learned about. Like, I knew it existed, but I just actually watched this video on it, and my mind was blown. Because, like, it's a movie that I would never watch on my own. And now
Okay.
I'm like, wow, we gotta watch this movie. Because it's all shot in layers. And then all the layers are composited on top of each other in the film. So, like,
Okay.
everything is in focus and it's super disoriented.
That is
But it's
strange.
actually supposed to be adapting an anime. Right? And so,
Okay.
like, it actually is trying to look like a cartoon, and that's what makes it so disorienting, is that it's like a crazy thing to do. Like, it's so outside the rules of cinema.
I mean, it's kind of like Scanner Darkly, no, right?
Well, that was just,
That was
What do they
drawing
call
over the
it?
top, no?
No, it's rotoscoping. Rotoscoping was done a lot in,
The 30s.
like, 50s, 60s, 70s stuff.
Wasn't
like
the
a lot of-
rotoscoping in the 30s?
Like, there's that whole Lord of the Rings that's all rotoscope.
Okay. I'm going to look up when the earliest rotoscope was. I'm going to say it was 20s.
It's just drawing over film. I mean, that's what Miliaz was doing with his paintbrushes at the end of the day. He was just
1915.
painting on the film.
The first one was the horse. You know the horse running? That film? That is the first rotoscope. I thought it was. It was 1915. Animation technique, frame by frame, produced realistic action. Live action film images were projected onto glass panel and traced onto paper. This projection equipment is referred to as a rotoscope, published by Polish-American animator Max Fleischer. This device was eventually replaced by computers, but the process is still called rotoscoping. What an interesting thing. Blue and green screens, yeah. Okay. Very interesting. I see why this movie blew people's minds.
Well, it's also how vibrant the color is too. Like, it's too vibrant for modern day. But if you look at a lot of films that are done by Technicolor, where the coloring is by Technicolor, they're all very vibrant like this.
Yeah. What's
This is 39, right? Wizard of Oz.
Let me check. 39, yep. What's the other one?
Ain't I amazing? How I'll fucking... Well, I'll be like, I think it was made this year, and I'll know the exact year for the film so many times.
There was another old film. I had it before, but I should have just said it, but I fucking was sitting on it, and I lost it. Another old film like this that was colour. That was also very vibrant. What's Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? What's that called?
Yeah, that's the name.
Is that Technicolor?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen the original Chitty Chitty Bang Bang?
I don't think so, no.
What the fuck? 68.
Right.
Damn.
Go back to the... Yeah, so I'm not a big fan of the
years.
70s.
30 years after Wizard of Oz. Jesus Christ. I thought that was much closer.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus
Wizard of Oz
Christ.
was ahead of its time.
That's insane. No shit, it was ahead of its time. Crazy. Okay.
I mean...
I'm gonna take this off before it strikes us.
It probably already has.
I don't think so. I was chopping through it.
First attempt used the new medium with an assuredness that is breathtaking. Alfred Hitchcock had already played with the technology in his film Blackmail.
A knife is a dangerous thing. Be careful of a knife. You come up against a knife. I'm in Chelsea. You mustn't use a knife.
But Lang would use it as a storytelling tool. The film star Peter Lorre could not whistle, so it was Lang himself who whistled Griegs in the Hall of the Mountain King, used to identify the killer, Hans Beckert, to the audience. Later on, it will be used to identify...
I love that they were able to find that it was this guy through the tracings on the table. That's great.
Yeah, well, they found his house first.
Yeah. The other thing I didn't catch was them talking about how the writing has echoes of Insanity. And, like, how the guy is, like, it looks like he's unhinged.
Oh, did you watch more about this film?
No, because it said it in, I think it was in the movie. Or it might not have been. It might have been the one video we watched after it. But, like, I missed that. That they read the note and they were like, there's signs of insanity.
That's the thing is it's such an old movie that you actually don't think you need to pay attention to certain scenes, but then they'll be like, you know,
They'll
like
call
that's
it
the thing.
back to a
The
random
movie
thing.
could be so much tighter, obviously.
Yeah. But
Which is like, I'm sure the remake is fine that we were starting to watch, and then I was like, this isn't the right movie. But the thing is like the 30s to the 50s all look the same. And then the 50s, the technology, it gets cheap enough that it gets to the independent era, and then everyone is making these space invader movies, and it causes the industry to collapse.
in the 60s.
And so, like, the 60s is kind of... That's why I'm not a big fan of 50, 60, 70 film. So, like, it collapses, so only, like, the elites have, like, access to film in the 60s. Yes. And then the 70s, like, George Lucas and Steven Spielberg brought like people
Kubrick.
back to film. Like so, like
Yeah.
the industry like was making less money in the 50s because people just stopped watching films because they
Yeah, well,
used to be
Hays
a
Code.
thing where you would always go to the theater and whatever was there was good. And then in the 50s it starts getting put like oversaturated with garbage.
yeah. Well, it's also a large part to do with the Hays Code that was implemented as well. Like the whole,
No, it's mostly just the technology.
No, obviously, but like a lot of films around that era
Well,
were controlled and
it,
constrained
this,
by the
it
church.
doesn't matter because it's only recently, like it's really not until the 70s when America is the film capital with Hollywood
Yeah.
dominating shit. Like most of the films before that, like especially in the 50s and 30s era, you're looking at films from outside of America. And then what's also interesting is when countries get a film industry, like Italy post-fascism. A lot of the Italian
Spaghetti
movies
westerns.
are important there. Well, that's their pollution, right?
Yeah.
So like
okay.
the Italian film industry kind of destroyed itself because of all the spaghetti western shit.
Because that's all they became.
Because it became a money-making thing where you can spend almost no money. There's an Afghan war Italian film.
The fuck?
Yeah, it doesn't look like Afghanistan at all,
Of course it doesn't.
and it's not good.
Because from what I understand, and reading that I did about cinema through the 50s and the war period and shit, is that the Christian, like, yes, the technology was, obviously it was jumping at the time.
I think the Hays Code was more about television.
Oh, was it? I swear it hit film as well, but like all those.
It did, but like
those,
it was just like
dual
stuff
beds,
like
married.
people can't be sleeping in the same bed and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, it's that sort of stuff, but it was also sort of morality stuff, so it constrained the writing. So I feel like in that period, if you have to deal with the Hays Code, you're not going to make film. You're going to go internationally. You're going to make films somewhere else, right? And then that's dropped. Technology coupled with that dropping, and you get the 70s. And that's why I don't really like 70s movies, but I see what people are talking about when they say that 70s was the boom, the change.
I
And then
think
80s
really the main effect of the Hays Code is that it killed the noir genre because like crime thrillers were like the big thing. And because they depicted graphic violence.
Yes, okay. That makes sense. Like, and keep in mind, like, it's very cursory research into the Hays Code. It's just
Interesting.
like,
It was about keeping Catholic values, not Protestant.
that is very interesting. But yeah, like, I feel like that kind of religious constraint had a lot to do with the fact that movies were so shit during that time. Movies and TV.
Later on, it will be used to identify him to those who seek him.
Hallo? Das habe ich doch schon mal gehört.
Astonishingly, this shot of Laurie is the only time we see Beckett's face in the first 45 minutes of the film. So, like John Williams' theme in Jaws, the whistle replaces him. It tells us when he is going to kill and when he has been thwarted. This aborted attempt leaves Beckett frustrated. And again, it's the whistle that tells the story, representing the monster within. While American films had responded to the arrival of sound with endless dialogue and unnecessary songs,
Don't bring a frown to old Broadway. You've got a clown on Broadway.
Lang used it to reflect the complex psychology of a child.
And again,
murderer.
it's because it came out of the
And it's not
stage play era. That's those, like, that's the thing, is the 30s in America, they're all fucking sing-songies. It's like Indian films. You know, they're long as fuck because you have to have 10 5-minute musical performances in the movie.
Yes. There you go. Finally got to change the title. Trump bends knee to Xi Jinping. Out of the deal, baby.
Just the sound that impresses technically. Too much has been made of how cameras could not move in the early sound era. There are too many exceptions for this to be given any credence. But even so, this 2.5-minute tracking shot through the Beggars organisation is a technical tour de force, and surely an influence on
And
more
that-
famous shots.
I
Touch of
literally
Evil and
paused on the
Goodfellas.
transition shot there.
Yes, you did. You're talking about
Like-
the window and stuff, yeah.
No cuts through that whole scene.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really a point. The whole thing is like, films get so boring in certain eras, right? And it's like, can't move the camera anymore. That's why I like Hidden Figures. Like, remember how I said we gave that one girl the whitest person we know award, and then she was like, actually, I'm 15% Native American, right? So she really wanted to see Hidden Figures, which is about, it's like the DEI movie where the women make the moon landing possible, right?
Yeah.
So she was like, afterwards she was like just loving the movie, and I was like, that was like one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Did they know how to move a camera? And then they rewrote it so that it's the thing about the main crux of like how they solved the issue in the movie is that the woman is going to the bathroom too much and the colored bathroom is far away. So the boss goes, well, she can use the white bathroom. So when she's a woman and has to pee a lot, it won't take more out of the work. And that was added in. That was the main
Wow.
story alteration, is around this
Incredible.
fucking bathroom.
Unreal.
And it was critically acclaimed.
And
Why?
I had not forgotten silent film.
See, this is where I can sound like Asmongold and shit about, but then they don't realize that the reason why the Disney remakes are shit is because
Who's that?
now everyone is afraid to make films. It's only so like the
Modern
video
Haze
essay I was watching, he was saying like Blade Runner 1 and 2 didn't do well. They lost money, and somehow there's a Blade Runner TV show coming out, even though the movie has failed twice. Like, why would you do that? And it's just because, oh, it's an IP that someone might know. That's a safe bet.
Yeah.
We'll invest in it.
Yep. It's I say it's a modern Hays Code, but I seriously think there's going to be a
like
cinema
I said,
renaissance
the Hays
next
Code, it
decade.
wasn't the issue.
No,
The
I know,
issue
I know.
was capitalism back then too.
Yes.
So like, Howard Hughes, like if you watch The Aviator, there's a section in that about the Hays Code, and
Really?
he's a film that was like famously got around it. I believe like the Outlaws like had some trouble with the Hays Code, but I want to say Howard Hughes released the film he wanted to make.
Okay.
And Gone with the Wind as well came out during the Hays Code. The Hays Code, I believe, tried to stop that too.
Probably, yeah. But when I say modern Hays Code, it's the public
And also,
pressure.
a lot of times, this type of stuff can make better films because the people who are like every now and then you'll have like a Hollywood backed film that's really good. Like a great
Okay.
example is like Marvel Civil War is a fantastic movie.
Yep.
I don't fucking give a shit about any Marvel movies or anything like that.
It's just a
I know
really good
enough of
movie,
the
yeah.
characters that I can plug into that movie and say that that's a great movie.
Mm-hmm.
So people who are following the rules every now and then produce a great film. Guardians of the Galaxy was fine. You know, that's another one that's clearly in that rule keeper type of fucking film genre where they follow all the rules to get the PG-13 to get the widest release, right?
Yes.
It's the same thing. But then when you look at people who end up making films during or come out of fascism, like Come and See, for example, you know that the Soviets didn't let that film see the light of day?
I did know that, yeah.
And did you watch that?
Of
Come and
course I've
See?
seen it. Yeah.
Amazing film.
So good.
And like probably the height of Soviet cinema, and they buried it, but it was still there. And that's the thing, is a lot of times when you have the overt censorship, it filters like the true artist away from the rule followers. So then the indie breakout films are that much better for it, is that they stand out so much better against the crowd. And so like right now, it's not just it's not just that we're woke now, right? If you look at actual film right now, it's so oversaturated with unoriginal things that things like Parasite win Academy Awards. Parasite's a fine movie or anything. It's just that I think that everything else around it is so shit. It didn't win because we're woke now. Because this whole
it's the only good movie.
reaction on like over wokeness in cinema came because the year that I believe The Artist won, there was literally 0 black nominees in the Academy Awards. And it wasn't the Academy's fault. It was the industry's fault.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
And then Will Smith and shit come out and they're like, we need black Oscars.
Yeah, but the point is that people tried to make it about the fucking award show, but because the movement was so like infancy there, they were able to put pressure on Hollywood to actually get representation in film. Like, that's a new thing to happen. And it has nothing to do with lowering the quality of films, because there are certain films, like Alita Battle Angel might be based on a property already, right? But it's not a safe film.
No, it sure wasn't.
Nobody was an Alita Battle Angel fan going into the theater. And, like, well, I don't think that film is, like, transcendent. That film was fucking awesome because of how different it was.
I fucking love that movie.
Like, that was a very good anime adaptation. It felt very much like anime. That was what's cool about it. On the other hand, Ghost in the Shell, which should have been an extremely safe movie, right?
Became outraged.
And it got critically panned just because they cast a white lady in it.
Yeah, crazy.
But Alita Battle Angel, I don't think the actress is Asian in that, is she?
She's Hispanic.
But nobody cared because of how it looked. Ghost in the Shell looks like a movie, not an anime.
That's true.
But so does the animated movie as well. They were trying to make it look like a film.
Rosa Salazar was her name. She's an American Horror Story.
Why are you
Born in
watching
DC.
evil film?
She's 40 years old. Damn.
So, the point is that I don't put any credence into things like censorship and stuff like that, because I think there's like,
so yeah, she's Hispanic.
No matter what fascist policy is going to do, you're not going to be able to kill art.
Yeah, it'll always prevail.
Like, and that's the thing. It's just like when people are like talking about AI slop and stuff. You're sick of Marvel movies, aren't you? What do you think studios are going to do with AI? You think you're going to get original great films there? No, because AIs can only recreate. If anything, we're in an AI era because everything is a recreation now.
That's true.
Right? We need a new Matrix. Right? Because, like, the Matrix is, like, the most important film of that era. Like,
yeah.
There is this is also in the video essay I watched where they were talking about it. Is like films that came out right after The Matrix. the ones that stand out and aren't kind of copying the Matrix really stand out.
Like what? Give me some examples.
Well, look, I can't because that's spoilers for what we might watch later.
Okay. Well, not that movie then. Give me an example other than that.
I don't know because this was something that I just watched yesterday.
Yeah, okay. Because, like, The Matrix isn't even original in and of itself.
Not really, no.
Like, that concept had been around for a little bit, I think. They just put it into film. Into the film. I don't know. The Matrix, I haven't watched it for a minute. I'm gonna have to rewatch it. Because honestly, I was never that big of a fan of The Matrix. It's just like, it's just a movie that I watched. I never really had that attachment to it like people do.
I think when you watch it at the time, it's more important. Because, like, a lot of people hated the Matrix sequels, and it's because they weren't the Matrix, right? Because you're already in a field where there's so many movies where they're doing the 360 shots and like all those film techniques that were invented by the Matrix.
Yeah. Okay.
Like they became common techniques that it's so like it's a thing with wrestling, right? You can't if you let's say you're going to throw somebody through a table, right?
Yep.
That has to be the only match where somebody gets thrown through a table. You can't do two matches that have...
Yes.
You can't have another match that also has people going through tables. And normally, you're going to save those matches to the end, right? So, even something like somebody gets thrown into the ropes and then gets like hit with a giant clothesline and they do a flip over the top of the rope
Yes.
onto the floor, right?
Can't do that again either.
Exactly.
You have to
So
do it a different way.
you have to make a good show, you have to plan your set pieces like that. And that's the thing, is when the industry is already saturated with shit that people have seen before, then those movies don't seem as like wacky as they are. But like a great scene example is the Defense of Zion, right?
Okay.
The fucking cinematography in there is like kind of like the opening to the third Star Wars, where they're flying to Grievous's ship, and it's like all a continuous shot in a space battle. It has that vibe, and there's
Okay.
like genuinely interesting digital camera work being done in that scene, but it's the weakest of the series. But it still had things that were like interesting. They just weren't innovative anymore because the cat was out of the bag already.
Yes. Okay. I see what you mean. Because it wasn't... Because people had seen it already. They're like, where's the new thing? Even though it's like once. But, okay,
It's not,
so...
You
let's-
don't notice
let's-
it, your brain does.
Yeah, so let's... Okay, so let's say the same technique was developed by 3 people over a 2-year period and comes out in a group of movies in a single year. How does that happen? Because I'm
I
sure
don't
that that's
understand.
happened before, right? That somebody's come up with a technique that, like, oh, nobody's done this before, and then movie
Well, that's
comes
the
out
thing
and
is,
now 3 people are
normally
doing it.
those types of movies aren't headliners.
Okay, they're like indie films.
Yes.
Okay. That
So,
makes
like,
sense.
Primer, where they have crazy overlapping dialogue. Like, that's not a thing that happens in films.
Yeah.
The first movie I remember doing it is The Thing from Another World.
Okay.
There's a lot of overlapping dialogue in that movie, too.
I don't know. The overlapping dialogue is kind of interesting because that one movie we watched where they were talking over each other.
Primer.
That was Primer. Okay.
Yeah,
That
the
was
the whole first 30
incredibly
minutes is so
interesting.
hard to follow because they're just yapping over each other the whole time.
It's rewatchable for that reason, in my opinion.
I think so. That was my second time seeing it.
Yeah. Like it's definitely rewatchable for that reason.
Film technique.
But like,
It's also
Talking
not a
about
film they'll
remakes.
show you in film school, which is why I said that like the films I'll show are better than taking a film studies class.
well, okay, so new title for the Bong Slut video series is
Is film
better than
studies?
film school. or something along those lines. Fuck film school. Free.
the visual device of a
But because we were watching the remake, right? It's I don't understand why people remake films. Like, if let's say we go out, we get funding, we remake this film.
Mm-hmm.
We would make it shorter, and we would add
It
basically
was
nothing.
shorter.
It was, yes. But I'm saying, like, if we were to remake this movie specifically, right? After watching it, you don't need to change anything.
Okay, so
just need to
here's
modernize
the
it.
issue with that. There's a Vince Vaughn remake of Psycho.
Okay.
They literally changed nothing. Same shots and everything.
Yep.
It's terrible. Because we've seen all that before.
Ah. See, but this is why I say modernize it, right? Because this is using a lot of classic technique.
I mean, that's what that version was.
Oh, really?
It was literally a shot-for-shot remake. I think if you make it in the style of the era, which is what that was, that movie, there was a lot more cuts in it and stuff.
It would be. It's very interesting because, like, obviously I don't have a background in film, but I don't know. It would be an interesting prospect to try and remake a classic film and see if you can't capture it. Not even like for a commercial purpose, just to like do it as like a project. Just get a couple of people together and because really, how many characters in this film? 6?
A lot. In M,
Like,
there
there's-
was a lot of characters.
No.
If anything, that's what it had, is characters.
Because, like, what we had the mum, right? The important character. Elsie, important character. And then, I mean, the kids that he's following, you can just use extras.
Yeah,
Like,
but then
an
there's also
actual-
like there's the safecracker. There's various people
True.
inside the mob. There's people who
Ah,
stand
and
up
then
in the
there's that-
court from earlier in the film.
That
there's
scene,
the
the
beggars
scene that they go
union.
into the fucking building.
There's
like
there's the
50 of them.
entire cops. Like there is like
That's a good-
100
yeah, that's a
characters in
lot of
this
people.
movie.
a lot.
The
could
defense
be
lawyer.
extras. Yeah, like you would only need to like find actors for a few roles. The rest
No.
would be.
No,
You reckon?
no, no.
A lot of people. I don't know.
Most movies don't have as many characters as this movie.
It's a little deceptive. I don't know. I just like there are a lot of background characters, but like actual talking characters.
A lot as well. Like, they even transition to all the different people following him.
Yeah, but they don't really talk.
And then there's
That's-
all the people who stand up in court. There's different cops, night watchmen, different detectives, investigators. There's like 100 speaking roles in this movie.
There's a lot of people. Probably cost a bit.
I mean,
Although I don't imagine it would take
this
that
guy
long.
did bankrupt studios.
This is true. I don't imagine it would take all that long to do though. I don't know. Again, I don't really have the film background. Just yapping.
Ball is used to introduce innocence, to show it corrupted, and to announce its death. Although other killings are spoken of,
Die auch nicht, was?
the shocking murder of Elsie Beckmann in the opening 10 minutes is the only one in which the audience participates.
Honestly, the performance of him doing his little monologue in the underground trial was amazing. Like the whole sequence was incredible.
I told you that's the
This
scene
seems
that
as if
really
Lang
made
missed
this
a
film
trick.
stand in
Surely showing
in
us more
history.
murders would make the killer seem worse. But would we really hate him more if we saw him kill more children? One is enough. Because we only have direct contact with Elsie Beckmann's murder, we have a personal stake. She is our child, and our way into the movie. M may have been technically revolutionary, but so are many films which have failed to stay with us. The important thing about M is that all that technique is in the service of remarkable storytelling. Using Elsie Beckmann as a hook, Lang now draws us into the investigation via the minutiae of what we would today call a police procedural. Fingerprints, clues, strategies, searches, unreliable...
The mob justice scenes, like the mob scenes, are also really good. Where it escalates
it's also
from
very
an
pertinent
accusation.
about today with this illegal immigration shit.
Yeah, like that's exactly what I was thinking, is like, and like I was making the jokes at the time, like, man, in a few years this mob justice will be kind of problematic.
Yeah, but the Nazi Party is the second biggest party at the time too.
At the time, yeah, we found that out, and I'm like, this mob justice aspect of it could translate quite well into modern settings. You could probably take the setting of this, adjust it a little bit, and turn it into a modern film, and just be like, it's based off M, or it's based on M, or something like that, and turn it into a modern thing, and use something like that. A protected group, minority group, mob justice kind of thing would be an interesting take on it, but you would have to develop the story to do it properly, because you can't just half-ass something like that, unfortunately.
Witnesses.
Natürlich, Herr Kommissar. Die Mütze war rot. Herr Kommissar, die Mütze war grün. Die Mütze war rot.
The everyday business of police work. This approach makes the story seem not just plausible,
Trying to
but
cut the
real,
chinchillas
and it
out.
was inspired by the real-life case of Peter Kürten. But Lang also uses this CSI Berlin presentation to deepen our connection to Elsie and our contempt for the killer.
Registriert die pathologisch starke Sexualität dieses Triebmenschen.
Although he's always referred to as a child murderer, the film hints at something far more disturbing.
Na, wir wissen ja, wie wir sie gefunden haben.
All this also serves to underline how far the police are from catching the killer,
Aber das Resultat, bitte. Das Resultat.
which angers the public. Mob rule is a recurring feature in Lang's films, particularly in his first American feature, Fury. In M, the people confuse the issue and lash out at each other.
Dass ich dir auch schon mal gesehen habe, wie du hinter der Kleinen aus dem 4. Stock der Treppe aufgegangen bist.
Du bist mal verrückt, du Schweinskerl!
Their anger at the lack of progress drives the police, who, in desperation, fall back on harassing known criminals. This introduces us to Inspector Lohmann, played with a disarming sense of fun by Otto Wernicke.
Schlechte Arbeit, mein Junge.
It also leads us into the next plot point.
Ein Außenseiter. Verdirbt uns das Geschäft und den Kredit.
The criminals are just as angry at the child killer for making their lives difficult.
Deinem Beruf kannst du nicht mehr nachgehen, weil du dauernd übergriffen.
You could replace the mafia types with something like a, because what they're criminals, political extremists, political
don't know.
activists, something like that.
I think we need to get through this video and actually
Their
start the
interest
real
is
show.
selfish, of course, but then Do the police really care? The criminals are callous. Lohmann's opposite number, the fastidious Schranker, played by Gustav Gründgens, is a murderer in his own right.
Meine Herren, wenn sich mir bei Ausübung meines Berufs ein Kriminalbeamter den Weg stellt, dann weiß welches Risiko eingeht. Und ich weiß es auch.
But Lohmann seems to be enjoying himself.
Nachtigall?
Lang identifies the two sides by cutting between their discussions.
Ich bitte,
They decide on
That
their
was a
course
good
of
cut.
action at the same point.
wir müssen ihn fahren. Wir selber.
Es gäbe vielleicht...
And make their major breakthroughs within moments of each other. The police learning who the murderer is,
Also endlich sind wir auf seiner Spur.
and the criminals following him.
Sind ihm auf der Spur?
In addition, the police procedural section we saw earlier is neatly mirrored by a crime procedural later.
Das ist eine neue Konstruktion von Kontrolluhren.
Almost a textbook on how to break into a building.
Ab dafür.
Through this section, Lang once again displays phenomenal technique. When Lohmann reads a report, he corrects an error. A nice little character note, but it also draws our attention to what will later be a key plot point. When a detail triggers a realization, see how Lang's camera engages us in the possibility of a breakthrough.
Moment mal. Ariston? Ariston? Was war da doch gleich?
Imagine, like, going around through your entire life and your mouth tastes like cigars. Gross.
They'd probably
They've
laugh
gone.
at you if you were like,
The murderer
no, I don't
Schranker
like smoking.
does not remove.
Yeah.
Like,
It's like,
what a sissy.
I got given a nicotine pouch by someone at the gym, and I'm like, interesting. I'll try it. I'll see what it's like. Same gross taste as cigars. Disgusting.
Move his gloves through the entire movie. A man
Spicy.
who never leaves fingerprints.
Das gehört nicht hierher.
A comic moment at the Beggars Organisation also establishes the musical ear of the blind beggar who will later identify Beckert's whistle.
Warum an dem Tag, wo die kleine Elsie Beckmann ermordet worden ist, da hat ein Mann bei mir einen Luftballon gekauft?
This patchwork of perspectives, the police, the mob, the criminals,
I think you could definitely improve the pacing of the first half.
Mm-hmm.
That's mostly where the improvement could come from. Like, the last half felt like 20 minutes. It was so... Like, the pacing was so good.
that dominates the film's first half, tells the story in an almost pointillist style. Disparate flashes of information contributing to a larger overall picture. It's a very difficult thing to pull off, and Lang makes it look easy.
It really is.
But
Like,
perhaps the
thinking
most-
about the start, like, yes, it was slow, but so much happened. Like, it's a really good point.
revolutionary. The most lasting and the most unique thing about M is how it handles its lead character. And make no mistake, Hans Beckert is the lead. Even though he is absent from almost the first half of the film, we feel his presence. He drives events. We become enthralled by the process of the hunt for this monster. Then we meet him, and something extraordinary happens.
Sympathy.
His reaction on seeing a potential victim isn't leering delight. It's fear. He doesn't want to do this. Even before the police and criminals identify him, this man is hunter and hunted at the same time. Lang's previous bad guys have mostly been played by Rudolf Kleinroger, with performances as huge as the characters. Attila the Hun, the mad scientist Rotwang, and of course Mabuza. It was a style that fitted the epic scale of the films, but for M, Lang sought something more subtle, more nuanced, more complex. Following his arrival in Berlin in 1928, Peter Lorre had swiftly become a key player in the city's theatre scene, working with Bertolt Brecht. His round baby face, at once innocent and yet somehow disquieting, along with his passionate acting style, made him just what Lang was looking for. The role of Hans Beckert was one that would both make and haunt Lorre, and the part his performance plays in the film's success cannot be underestimated. But it was a grueling experience. Fritz Lang had a reputation for ill-treating actors, and it was well deserved. On one occasion, the exhausted Lorre was denied a day off, even though he was not required for shooting. And according to cameraman Fritz Arno Wagner, talking to film historian Gero Gandert, Lang shot the scene in which Beckert is flung down a flight of stairs 10 or 12 times, till the actor was begging for mercy. During his American period, Lang's behaviour got him ostracised by actors and fired by studios.
Wow,
But
film
in Germany,
Nazi.
the director was king. Did Lang's brutality contribute to the sweaty, squirming desperation of Lorre's performance? We'll never know. But only in combination with that performance could Lang make us fear for a child murderer's safety. Identified and marked by the Beggars organisation, the terrified Beckert is on the run. Isn't this what usually happens to a hero? Pursued? Outnumbered? Trapped? When the criminals hunting Beckert can't get information out of a night watchman, whose side are we supposed to be on? When the alarm is sounded, there is not a person in the audience who isn't on the edge of their seats, hoping the child murderer will escape.
I don't know about, that's not exactly what I
Lang
felt.
reverts.
No, I was like,
I thought,
they're gonna
wow,
fucking
how
get
is
him.
this murderer gonna get out of this one?
And he didn't.
To procedural again, as Beckert is brought before a kangaroo court.
Hier sitzen lauter Sachverständige in Rechtsfragen.
But even as our sympathies seem to be with the killer, Lang is quick to remind us of what he is.
So ein Ballon hast du doch der kleinen Elsie Beckmann geschenkt.
That personal connection drags us back the other way. There are no easy answers in M, least of all in this, its most famous and most powerful scene. Lorre says more in this one scene than in the rest of the film put together, and boy, is it worth waiting for. The single most important line in the film. Most of cinema's great serial killers are monsters. Hannibal Lecter,
Good morning.
John Doe.
You're looking for me.
Even Peeping Tom's more nuanced Mark Lewis has an awareness of how his story must end.
Suppose they catch you.
Oh, they will. They look very efficient.
Beckert feels he is a victim, and as he tries to explain himself to the jury of criminals, we start to feel it too.
Ich will davon, von mir selber davonlaufen, aber ich kann mir nicht entkommen.
But without losing sight of the fact that he takes pleasure in what he does.
Nur nicht, wenn ich's tue.
It is an extraordinary performance by Lorre. We watch a monster fighting for his life,
Wer weiß denn, wie sie mir aussieht?
laying his soul bare.
Und immer spüre ich, ist einer hinter mir her. Das bin ich selber.
And forcing us to question what we believe.
Was weißt denn du?
The film dares to ask a question that few films have dared to. If someone is not able to control themselves, are they guilty?
Hab ich denn nicht dieses Verfluchte in mir?
Haha! The German has showed up. You missed the German movie.
In other crimes, we might admit such a defense, but for something this horrifying, a filmmaker today would probably not even consider presenting both sides of such a contentious subject.
Und einen kranken Menschen übergibt man nicht dem Henker, den übergibt man dem Arzt.
Lang goes one step further. He offers no resolution. The police interrupt the kangaroo court.
Im Namen des Gesetzes.
The verdict remains undelivered. Instead of a conclusion, we get a warning.
Man muss ihm noch besser auf die Kinder Acht geben.
Delivered by Frau Beckmann, returning us to the murder which has been the thread that runs through the whole movie. For all its daring technical innovation, its flawless storytelling technique, and the ahead-of-its-time subject matter, what really matters about M is that it is a first-class...
You're Todd. Why is that sign in English?
technical innovation, its flawless storytelling technique, and
Oh
the
my God.
ahead-of-its-time...
Did you see that? They got the dog to look too.
Its flawless storytelling technique...
That's great.
and the ahead-of-its-time subject matter. What really matters about M
I don't know.
is that
Did
it
ya?
is a first-class thriller. The audio-visual flourishes are never technique for its own sake. The storytelling is not just Lang indulging his own interest in procedure and detail. The subject matter never becomes a lecture on the rights of man. M pulls off the...
Oh, they are. Interesting. There you go. I guess it's all from Latin, isn't it? Germanic language?
holy grail of filmmaking. A story that deals with serious subject matter...
Although, out of all of those languages, German might be one of the more unique ones. All the other ones kind of sound a bit similar, like Spanish and shit. Spanish, Italian, French. Dutch is kind of strange. Where the fuck does Dutch come from?
in an
English.
intelligent and thought-provoking way that is still...
Roman. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, European, Latin character languages.
engaging and entertaining. Lang's next film, The Testament of Dr. Mabuse, was another brilliant piece of work that confirmed he was on a creative roll, but it was to be banned by the Nazi government. Lang himself fled Germany, first for France and then the US. It would be over 25 years before he would again make a film in his native language. Shorn of the system that had permitted his dictatorial demands and unreasonable treatment of actors and crew, Lang floundered. M stands as a monument to what he was capable of when allowed to do as he pleased, good and bad.
Little loud.
It is loud.
Kinds of vehicles that I rarely discuss on this channel, and when I do, it's not usually in a positive light. Those two types of vehicles would be new cars and electric cars. Well, buckle up, guys, because we're talking about both today. And not just that, I want to take a deep dive into a company that appears to be well on its way to a new level of dominance previously unheard.
Oh. There you go. So, English, German, Dutch, Icelandic. Wait, North Germanic encompasses languages like Icelandic, Norwegian, Danish, Swedish. East Germanic is extinct. West Germanic is English, German, Dutch. Okay. That's interesting. Wait, so they're not even connected to French and shit. That's weird. I'm learning so much. Hold on. Vulgar Latin.
That's the difference. Okay. Interesting. So it's not even... So... That's so interesting. What the fuck? I thought English was Latin. But I guess it's not. Weird. There you go.
Heard of in the electric car world, and maybe in
Why are they so fucking different then? Why is English, Dutch, and German so different? While the other ones are so fucking similar. What the fuck? Just gonna make it difficult.
the car world in general. In the fourth quarter of 2023, BYD reported a massive 595,000 electric car units sold worldwide, while Tesla previously
Nailed it. That's it.
holding the crown for most sold electric cars in the world, they reported 485,000 cars sold. This marked the first time that BYD outsold Tesla in quarterly EV sales.
Hey,
BYD
did you see that? That was a Land Cruiser.
first time that BYD
Look, a Land Cruiser.
outsold Tesla in quarterly EV sales. BYD would go on to destroy Tesla in yearly sales in 2024, with some 4.27 million cars delivered compared to Tesla's 1.7 million deliveries, though of course...
I really hope he brings up that it's like, these are all domestic numbers, that they're putting in the international numbers to make it seem like they're selling heaps.
That number is still more competitive when you take out the number of plug-in hybrids that BYD is selling. Still, this trajectory has continued till today, with BYD selling a total of 1 million cars for Q1 2025, with around half of them being fully electric. 1 million cars in a quarter and 4 million per year is nothing to slouch at. It's not that far off of Ford or Chevy or Honda numbers, and on its way to half of what Toyota posted for total sales in 2024. And this from a company that has moved to making fully non-gas vehicles, plug-in hybrids and fully electric cars, unlike these other major automakers. And this marks really a meteoric rise for this Chinese automaker since around...
It's going to be really funny when no one wants EVs in 5 years.
COVID, pre-COVID, they were selling less than 500,000 cars per year. But BYD's rise cannot be separated from the larger story of China's national strategy for EV development and dominance. Starting in the mid-2000s, the Chinese government really pushed to make electric vehicles a key part of their larger national industry as a way to lower foreign oil imports and to tackle their staggering growth in urban population. They also wanted to leapfrog the already established automakers by sort of betting on electric as the future. This came in the form of billions of dollars in subsidies for
Buddy.
Don't forget all the fucking international car company designs that you steal. Can't forget that. Can't make money if you have to pay people to design cars. R&D is expensive.
Manufacturers like BYD, and BYD would become kind of the poster child for what China was trying to do. They also gave rebates for customers that would often mean thousands off for electric models. The government pushed for companies to have vertical integration, and also they built a sort of ecosystem for EVs to thrive with national charging stations, and BYD has really succeeded in this ecosystem primarily by focusing on their own R&D, and also on their own supply chains, and really just on the right bits of technology to make them successful. But you can't,
especially those slavery supply chains. You can't sell the cars that cheap without slavery.
Separate the BYD story from China's initial push for EV development. In many ways, this is opposite to Tesla's growth here in the United States.
Look,
Tesla really did push electric vehicle development forward in a climate where the government wasn't really going that way, and they have pushed the government forward, while the Chinese government has actually pushed automakers. BYD was founded in 1995 by Wang Chuanfu, a chemist and entrepreneur with a background in battery engineering. With a modest team of 20 employees, the company set up shop in Shenzhen, China, aiming to produce rechargeable nickel-cadmium batteries, primarily for mobile phones. At the time, Japanese and Korean companies really dominated this market, but BYD found success by offering lower prices and also aggressive production scaling, something that they would apply to the auto industry later on. By the late 1990s, BYD had become one of the largest battery manufacturers It expanded into lithium-ion batteries, anticipating the growing demand for consumer electronics. The company went public on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange in 2002, providing the capital to begin a new but much riskier venture, that is, automobiles. In 2003, BYD made a bold move by purchasing the Sichuan Automobile Company. This was a small and struggling automaker based in Xi'an. Renaming it BYD Auto, Wang Xuanfu set his sights on competing with domestic and international car manufacturers.
It's such a shit name. Build your dreams.
BYD
so
began
stupid.
producing conventional
That's what
gasoline
it stands
machines,
for.
but it was
That's
clear from
fucking
the start
weird.
that the company
They literally have it spelt out like that on some models. Literally says build your dreams on the back.
Why is it in English?
Awful.
His core interest was in electrification, and this made sense because of their battery experience. In 2008, BYD launched the F3DM, the world's first mass-produced plug-in hybrid electric vehicle. While sales were modest, this
Damn.
really marked a turning point. It was the first clear moment that while 3DM, the world their battery experience. In 2008, BYD launched the F3DM, the world's first mass-produced plug-in hybrid electric vehicle.
Okay. Yeah. When did the Prius come out?
97. Suck a dick.
While sales were modest, this really marked a turning point. It was the first clear moment that showed that BYD was serious about building electric cars at scale. Around the same time, a major vote of confidence came from Warren Buffett.
10 years. Toyota had been producing hybrids for 10 years before this. It was not the world's first.
Whose company Berkshire Hathaway acquired a 10% stake in BYD for around
Warren
$230
Buffett.
million. Buffett's investment drew global attention to the company and also lent it some credibility in Western markets. Now, throughout the early 2010s, BYD continued to develop their EVs and plug-in hybrids, including the E6 electric taxi and the Qin PHEV sedan. The E6 was adopted in fleets across China and abroad, including cities like London and Los Angeles and Bogota. One of the main reasons businesses chose it was because of its strong range and durability. They also entered the electric bus market, which would become one of their key business moves. The company began producing all-electric buses in 2010, and they quickly scaled production.
Like, this is one thing that China has been doing well, is putting the subsidies to create buses and public transport that are EVs. Fantastic.
Like I
and
said,
municipalities around the world.
many times, the industry won't change until public transit adopts the technology.
Mm-hmm. So it's like they've created the infrastructure. They've done it properly, right? And this is, through all the criticism, China has done this properly. They put the money into the infrastructure. They make the public transport, and now they're making, even though they're products of slavery, cheap EVs for the domestic market in China. And we know that China doesn't give a shit about that because slavery is everywhere. But, like, this is how it should be done. This is how electric vehicles should be done. And look at their success in China.
Looking to reduce emissions from public transportation, began placing massive orders
not
for
be
Hour and a
BYD
half in,
buses.
we haven't
By the
even gotten to the
mid-2010s, BYD had become the world's
I'm
largest
just going to put this
electric
video on
bus
because it's short,
manufacturer.
and
Like
we'll
Tesla
just put it
had,
on while people
BYD
filter
I
in.
didn't say that. You said
You literally did.
Look at
You
the
literally
streaming
did, and then
fun,
an hour
and I
later,
picked
you
videos.
finally finished that video.
You said pick stuff from the streaming fun. That's what I'm
And
doing.
you said, Jack, you literally said, I'm going to put this video on while people filter in because it's short, after you opened that list.
That's fine.
My point is that it wasn't a short video because you wanted to talk about theoretical things that you'll never do.
began investing heavily in everything from battery cells to electric motors and semiconductors, and this would ensure that they could control their supply chain and reduce costs in the same way that Tesla did. And this approach would pay off massively in the years to come. With the global EV market heating up, BYD began to seriously challenge Tesla and other players, not just in China but internationally. They launched quite a few different EVs and plug-in hybrids that were tailored to different segments, including the Tang SUV, the Song crossover, and the Han luxury sedan. At the same time, they ramped up battery production.
We are looking right now at BYD shitting on Tesla, and then we're gonna look at Hegseth. Maybe a little bit about how J.D. Vance killed the Pope. We didn't really look at it yesterday. What else? I don't know. There's other stuff. John's here somewhere.
The rate it's going, nothing.
Including lithium iron phosphate batteries, which have significant cost and safety and longevity advantages over traditional lithium ion. BYD's Blade battery, unveiled in 2020, really became one of the biggest standout innovations at this time. The Blade design had better energy density and especially crash safety. You could puncture it
The
with
Twitch
a nail
just doesn't
and it
have a
wouldn't set on
title.
fire, and it really showed that BYD was a legit player
It's
in this
just
market.
news
Over
media
time, they
analysis.
continued to gain traction overseas.
Yeah, on
They
here it
established
is.
production
I
plants
changed
in
it
the
on
United
Twitch.
States, Brazil,
It
Hungary,
doesn't.
and other
It's not,
locations.
It's not
Focus-
changed on Twitch.
It was. I fucking changed it.
It probably freaked out when I reconnected, and then it fucking defaulted it back to whatever was on here. If you don't change it through here, it won't. It won't stick.
I'm fucking real. Because it wouldn't fucking like I wouldn't. It wouldn't let me start it. And now it's not letting me change it. Stupid.
Uh-oh, Auschwitz is trending.
Like I literally said on stream the title that I changed it to.
It must have defaulted back when I just had that disconnect. Because I was literally trying to
Focusing
open it to
especially-
get the disconnect to fucking grab the titles from there.
Yeah, not sure.
on buses and commercial vehicles, but also now on these personal, passenger vehicles. In terms of actual sales, BYD's biggest leap came in the 2020s amid global supply chain disruptions and rising fuel prices and increasing EV adoption. BYD really surged ahead. At this time, they would surpass Tesla in global EV sales, and even earlier actually if you count plug-in hybrids, selling over 1.8 million new energy vehicles, which is a term used in China to describe EVs and PHEVs. BYD also launched a premium brand following suit with virtually every other major manufacturer that have these sort of sister
Hey, look, a Land Cruiser.
companies, and this was Yang Wang, which was launched in 2023. And with this more luxury company, they were able to target performance and luxury EV segments with vehicles like the U8, which was a high-tech off-roader with tank turn capabilities and quad motor control, and unlike Tesla's, they actually can float. Meanwhile, the company's internet...
You know what's funny about this? This is a literal one-time safety feature that if it happens, you have to send it back, and it takes like months to refit it. Very funny.
National footprint really expanded. BYD entered markets across Europe, Southeast Asia.
Yeah, that happens periodically.
Latin America, and Australia, and they began outcompeting legacy brands on price and on availability by 20.
Let me see if this helps.
2024, BYD was selling in over 70 countries, and they'd announced plans to build or expand in places like Thailand and Brazil and Hungary. In many ways, BYD's true strength lies in this ecosystem approach. The company produces solar panels, home energy storage systems, electric rail solutions, and industrial batteries. Like Tesla, except in a more concrete way, BYD exists as a clean energy company by fully integrating all of these renewable storage and generation and transportation systems.
How do they create that clean energy? Is it clean?
Now, whether these are things that you as a consumer care about, it's hard to deny that BYD has taken on Tesla's vision, but they've stayed more consistent with it. Their ability to manufacture nearly every major EV component right there in-house, from batteries to chips to motors, that's the key reason that BYD...
Also, can we talk about how gimmicky all that shit is?
BYD is able to undercut their competitors.
This is what you're
BYD
claiming is
competes in
luxury?
the affordable electric and hybrid market, but what really stands out to me is the incredible investment in technology that is actually useful. Now, there was a time when Tesla really held the mantle for this in terms of forward-thinking car tech, but now it's BYD.
Yeah,
I don't
when
even
they
think
started.
it's close. Okay, aside from the fact that some of them have a karaoke
Maybe before Elon bought them.
machine. That's a bit silly. In general, BYD is just less flashy. They don't always capture headlines the way that Tesla and Lucid and others do, but their technical innovation is kind of quietly world-class, especially in ways that matter for real-world EV use. Things like safety, efficiency, cost, and production scale. Of course, this blade battery technology is nothing short of a game changer. Lithium iron phosphate batteries versus just lithium batteries. They're safer, they're cheaper, they last longer, and they can be charged way faster. These batteries are so good that Tesla uses them in their Chinese Model Ys and in, Model Ys that they ship to places like New Zealand. BYD has figured out how to integrate these batteries.
Oh, good. Tesla uses the batteries that explode. Great. Awesome.
Batteries into their cars in a similarly innovative way to Tesla. Their focus on commercial vehicles means that they've learned to make batteries that are incredibly durable. In many ways, BYD is becoming exactly what Tesla promised to be. And the fact that they design and build...
Honestly, good. Take the slavery out of your supply chain. That's the biggest problem.
Everything in-house puts them on the level of Tesla. Honestly, the only major difference is that BYD has lower price margins and is involved in a more meaningful way commercially and in, just commercial electric vehicles. Otherwise, they're very comparable. If BYD was able to sell their car...
I want to look into how deeply connected the Chinese government is with this company. That's what's got me asking questions.
Cars in America, many people would choose them over Tesla. Even on the performance luxury side of things, the U9 and the U8 are insane vehicles, but in particular, the U9 is a true hypercar competitor. I mean, take the Rimac Nevera. Yes, it's faster slightly and it makes more horsepower, but the U9 is a fraction of the price and it excels over the Nevera in a few areas like suspension. They are two different cars. The U9 is more of an experiment in where the future of EV tech could be in terms of high performance, while the Nevera is more of an ultra rare, crazy luxury EV vehicle that is kind of the pinnacle.
Pretty sure that was animated, but whatever.
Of EV tech, but that's kind of all Rimac does. The U9 is made by a company that's also making regular, just normal cars, and in so many ways, the UV is what the Roadster should have been and seemed like it was going to be.
Oh my god, this is not anything to be like, oh my god, this company is doing crazy things. Every single company that makes normal cars, that has a development in performance, makes a car like this. They're called Halo cars for a reason.
There's so many reasons.
They're a display piece for the technology. They're nothing more than that.
Why BYD has seen massive growth in places like Europe, while Tesla is on a steep decline. These cars are arguably better. The value for money is there. Take the BYD Atto 3, which is a compact crossover. It competes directly with cars like the VW ID4 or Hyundai Kona Electric, but BYD undercuts them on price while still offering comparable range and features. These cars don't feel...
Okay. We know about this. It's the subsidies, the fucking developing nation status, all of this stuff is the reason that they can do this. They're manipulating global trade markets to fuck people over. And I don't really give a shit, but a lot of people do, and that's the reason people should care.
feel like budget cars. They really have all the stuff that consumers want, and on top of all this, they offer 6-year warranties in most markets. But perhaps most importantly, the reputation of Chinese products, especially in this space, is second to none. Educated buyers in the West know that companies like BYD in China are right on the forefront, not just for better range and reliability, but also for things that really matter to these buyers, things like safety. And when you can get all of those things at a much lower price, it just makes sense. But perhaps the single biggest hurdle a company like BYD faces is the association with China itself. Chinese imports are penalized, for example, here in the States, in part because there are serious human rights concerns. You know, there's no solid evidence that BYD itself uses forced labor or that its factories in Shenzhen or Xi'an have these human rights abuses, while BYD being vertically integrated means that it does control most of its own supply chain, you know, things like batteries and chips. It does actually make transparency easier than for companies that outsource everything and don't necessarily know where their stuff is coming from. And BYD has stated that they're, you know, compliant with international labor standards, but that's not necessarily enough. The concern is whether BYD's material sourcing, especially raw minerals, could be tainted by upstream suppliers in some restricted regions. You know, so do we want to support companies from China by buying their products? On the one hand, we already do support Chinese industry for so many other goods. In some ways, BYD seems like about the best Chinese company that you could support, but I completely understand why people don't necessarily want to. And I realize the majority of my audience is here in the States, and so a company like BYD feels distant, right, and kind of irrelevant. You know, we don't see these cars here. BYD's executive vice president and CEO of BYD Americas, Stella Lee, has described the US market as very complicated, and boy is that right. She cites political pushback against Chinese companies and also a slowing rate of EV adoption here in America as just key concerns, and in some ways they're wise for this. It's complicated here. I mean, Tesla doesn't even know what the heck to make for the American market anymore. With that being said, I actually think BYD could kill it here, especially as the state of the economy is unsure and as inflation gets worse and worse. A car like the BYD.
BYDs would go crazy, and Americans love their gimmicks.
Hegseth, man, there is a full-scale meltdown happening at the Pentagon. It is just unbelievable. Let's go ahead and put C1 up there on the screen. This is just the latest, quote, Hegseth to have shared attack details in a second signal chat. The defense secretary sent sensitive information about strikes in Yemen to an encrypted group chat that included his wife and brother. His brother, to be fair, actually works for the Pentagon, but his wife, not so much. It appears to have been a scheduling area, so there's not exactly, it's not exactly clear why in the scheduling group chat that he was also sharing attack details. But beyond the signal thing, because
leave me alone
at this point. Beyond the signal thing, please go ahead.
This was his personal phone?
Yeah, which we already knew.
Apparently the other one was on his work phone.
Wait, what? Oh, I thought it was his personal phone.
This one is on his personal phone.
Okay, I thought maybe it's confirmed this time. This is the personal phone.
His wife probably does not have her phone in lockdown mode either.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. That's a good point.
His wife's phone must be hacked. And there's no because she's known.
Well, you'd be an idiot not to.
Right, because she's known to go to all these events and travel with him. So if you're any spy agency with Pegasus, which is like all the big ones now, like you've hacked her phone. You were in there.
Yeah, that's scary. Well, all right, so they possibly had access to that, you know. But beyond this is the reason it's coming out right now. By the way, according to the Pentagon's own admission, they're like former disgruntled employees. The reason why all these leaks are happening is because of the insane purge that is happening right now over at the Pentagon. So not only are, as Pete Hegseth here, back in the spot.
This is the best part about America, right? Is that even while you're probably going through one of the worst political crises in a long while, everybody knows what's going on. We even have up-to-date war plans. That's how leaky this fucking government is. Where are the leaks from China? They got that shit locked down.
Light. He's going to have to answer for this before Congress, investigations, etc. But already the Trump administration has set the standard that no, there was no classified information sent here. Bullshit, obviously. And number two, we're not going to hold anybody accountable for it, including Mike Waltz, the guy who literally is responsible for much of this, and for any OPSEC concerns or whatever. But at the same time, they're firing a bunch of people who clearly knew about some of this stuff and are now out for revenge. They're out for blood. And so we can see out of some of that right now. And there's deep policy implications. Let's put C2, please, up on the screen. This is a statement from 3 former Pentagon officials who were fired and unceremoniously marched out of the building. One of them, former senior advisor Dan Caldwell. We've covered him on the show before. He's an America First appointee, very against war with Iran.
Loyal
sent out of the
ally
building.
of Hegseth, yeah.
Loyal ally, former employee of Hegseth for over a decade. You've got his former deputy chief of staff, Darren Selnick, and Colin Carroll, who was the deputy defense secretary's former chief of staff as well, all said in a joint statement that they had, quote, not been told what exactly we were investigated for, if there is still an ongoing investigation, or if there was even a real investigation of leaks to begin with. You know, remember, in the original leaks around this, we were told that this was a result of a leak investigation that involved polygraphs. And I was like, oh man, that's like very serious. Well, actually, it turns out none of them have been polygraphed. It was a complete like fake investigation from the first place. Where Pete Hegseth stands and all.
Stick him with sodium pentothal. Make him tell that truth, baby.
This is totally.
I'm pretty sure that's not real, right? Like that doesn't actually happen. Like that's not a real thing. I swear I heard that. It's complicated, of course.
It's just like how alcohol isn't a fucking rape drug, but it can be.
Okay. So
Right?
it's like some people are susceptible, in a way, you think?
Yes.
Okay.
Unclear. It's like, are you running your own department?
Just like a lie detector. Like, there's no point to give it to people who are like trained in counterintelligence. You're not
It's
gonna
inconclusive.
get a lie detector from someone in counterintelligence to read accurate.
Yes. But they're also like inconclusive in court as well, right?
Yes, yes, but also because they can be beat so easily.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is there's no truth serum. There's a lighten you up a little bit. You know, it's like giving them a few shots. Like, if anything, alcohol is a better truth serum because if you're a spy trying to get information from somebody, you take them out for like drinks and dinner, and you have casual conversation over dinner. Like a great example of this is the documentary Virunga.
Okay.
The girl in it, literally, because she's like a girl and can use, like, it's very easy for like women to do investigative journalism in this regard. The CEO's trying to like drill for oil inside the park, go out to dinner with her on a date. She literally honeypots them and has a hidden camera and microphone on her.
That's great. To be a woman.
I mean, there's just different methods for us.
These are
Yeah.
guys not only loyal to you, but are much more, at least from what I know, are very against war with Iran. Some of the more like
That's why,
bad
like,
elements of the Trump administration's
in
foreign
Game
policy.
of Thrones,
And
the guy who is like the information guy also owns the brothels.
Littlefinger. Yes, he does. You are correct.
and for them to be fired,
There's also like the spy master of the city as well. They use kids. It's probably a good method. Make some friends with some kids in town. They'll tell you everything.
meanwhile, they're protecting Mike Waltz and many of these other people who obviously are very pro-war.
Littlefinger is my
It's very
favorite
troubling.
character.
Ryan. So
It's-
he's got
the
former
only thing about Game of Thrones is that it's fall off is so hard. So like season 2, 3, and 4 are fucking phenomenal. Season 5 is some of the worst television of all time. And then the one after that is okay. They kind of brought it back a little bit. But right when they started getting ahead of the books, the show, like the 5th season is literally a filler season. Nothing happens. It's awful.
It's a fair take.
And I haven't even seen the final episode. Like, I watched the
couldn't
first
even tell
half
you
of
what
that
the fifth-
season, but not the second half.
I couldn't
Because
even
they
tell you what the
released
fifth
it in
season
halves
is.
because that was a thing at the time. Twilight Part 1 and 2 and shit. Just to fucking... That's just a trend that they figured out people will obey. That they can milk money out of people. That era where everything was split into 2 parts... Now, you can't do that shit. The entire season comes out in the same day. Which I fucking love. I love that. I respect that. But also, like, I watched Breaking Bad and Walking Dead. You know, that...
Episodically?
Those first two... The first season of Walking Dead is so good, but it's the second one where it turns out it's just a barn halfway through the season.
I think
Man,
that's
did that ruin me liking television.
Man, you would have loved the prison.
But that's the thing, is it's like you strung me along for weeks. Like, because I had friends that would come over to watch. It was like a thing, right?
Game of Thrones was the same.
And it was just
an
them
event.
in the fucking barn the whole time.
Yeah.
Fuck that
Basically,
show.
yeah.
Fuck that show. It was really good at stringing you along.
It was, yeah. I stopped watching after Glenn died.
I
Well,
stopped watching before that.
Yeah, I can tell. Did you even watch the prison parts?
Yeah, when they take over the prison.
And then they went to a town.
I think I
Like
stopped
a
watching
walled town?
on the fucking cliffhanger. Like, I know what happens after, of course, but...
The governor.
The cliffhanger where he's, like, gonna kill somebody or something. And then I just never went back to it.
Nah, fair. Apparently Negan's a good guy. I don't know. I was kind of keen to see Ezekiel and his tiger, but apparently he's shit in the show, so I have no reason to go back and watch.
And then they made a fucking spin-off.
They did.
Crazy. Do you know how many fucking shitty Walking Dead games there are, too?
Probably a lot.
And the show is, like, never actually that good.
I mean, they're blaming the leaks on them. I don't know if
Stringing
it's
you
true.
along to make you think it's good.
As soon as the zombies became not a threat really anymore, it was kind of like, people? Bleh.
Possible. But I think more important is that when these people are not in the building with Hegseth around him, look, he's a sponge, let's be honest, right? Like, whatever is around him. Well, if the only people that are left are the pro-war with Iran goons, not so good. He was one of the only 3 people in the Oval to speak out against an attack on Iran that the Israelis wanted us to do.
Right. And you see a lot of kind of Trump-supporting bots responding to this by saying, hey, Hegseth is getting rid of the deep state.
Right.
It's like, bro, Hegseth
these are
brought
the
these
opposite
people
of
in.
Yeah.
These are not people who have been there before Hegseth, and now he's cleaning house.
Yes.
He built the house. And then burned it down immediately. You put up this next element on the screen. Speaking of people he brought in, this is John Ulyat, who was the top spokesperson for Pete Hegseth. Yesterday, published an op-ed in Politico, absolutely ripping the Pentagon to shreds, saying that the thing is in complete meltdown. One of the things he goes after the new kind of spokesperson department for was Hegseth's first response to the Signal chat. He said, Ulyat says, the thing you do is you get all the bad news out first.
Yes.
Instead, they tried to play semantic games with whether or not these were war plans or attack plans, which then prompted Jeffrey Goldberg to release all the...
My video is choppy as fuck. Like on the actual Twitch.
Yeah, it was going in and out. It'd be like that sometimes.
Every time I've looked, it's been that way. Let's see.
the attack plans and say, okay, call them whatever you want.
Right.
Here they are. From Ulyat's perspective, it's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, 101 PR is to be like, shame Mike Waltz did that.
That did not help at all. Lucky it's only talky stuff.
Won't let it happen again.
Bingo.
Instead,
most people
he
listen
turned it
anyway.
into a multi-week story that then focused on him rather than Mike Waltz. Ulyat, interestingly, in this piece, says outright that he doesn't think that these guys that were fired for leaking were actually leaking, and that some of them were told, according to Ulyat, that the investigation was about to wrap up and was going to exonerate them, and yet they were marched out anyway. Now, we also know that Joe Casper, who is Pete Hegseth's chief of staff, is the one who was assigned to lead the leak investigation.
Have not seen The Hobbit.
He claims that he delegated this to other people. That's fine. That's what
I want to say it's
do. They
one of the
delegate
few
those.
movies I've turned off.
But he himself,
And then I
has
know
now
I
been,
have watched the Battle of Five Armies, but there's really nothing to watch, and I don't remember anything.
Interesting. I've only ever walked out of 2 movies. I can put up.
No, I didn't go see it in theaters. I'm not a fucking
No, I know.
weirdo.
No,
I shut it off. It's
yeah,
one
I
of the
will
few. Like if I stream a movie, I normally do not shut it off.
Yeah, I'm the same. But like I will do the
But
same at the same.
I don't think I've ever walked out of a movie.
So I've only walked out of 2.
Because I know what I'm going to see beforehand, because I'm not stupid.
Well, I walked out because
They
I
don't
white-crimed
fucking
it.
trick me with marketing.
Yeah, no, I white crimed it and went in for free because I didn't want to pay for the tickets because I knew what I was watching. So
I would just
the
torrent
2
it
that I
at
walked
that
out
point.
of- It's the Emoji Movie. Fuck that movie.
Uh-huh.
And the Ghostbusters remake. That movie sucked. That was a bad movie.
moved out of his job, according
And
to.
then I went to try and re-watch it when it came onto some streaming service. I'm like, I saw that in the movies and walked out. Let's actually watch it. I finished it. Should have shut it off. Awful.
Politico. There's some dispute about that, which is insane. Like, okay, wait a minute. Are you the chief of staff? Or you're not chief of staff.
And it shouldn't have been a bad movie either, because it was Paul Feig and the SNL chicks. It should have been a great movie, but it just sucked.
Thing is preposterous.
Yeah.
And we are watching these people now squabble in public. John Ulyat, as you said, the former spokesperson, they're like, oh, he was invited to be fired or whatever. It's like, well, he was employed there for at least.
You hired him.
And not only did you hire him, you've actually been working for the Trump administration or the campaign now for like some 7 years. So you can't exactly say that this is not somebody.
This is a
never
true
knew
believer.
the guy, never seen the guy. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I mean,
And he says, I'm still a Hegseth friend.
Right,
Like, I love
what's
the guy. but,
crazy
like,
within all of this, let's put the next one up on the screen, is you can see here how the entire like inner circle around Pete Hegseth is now at war with one another. And then all of the people who it seems were most loyal to him somehow have been fired. Now, I have a very difficult time seeing how you can be fired, marched out of the building, all of the people who are allegedly so loyal to you without you having some say over it. I mean, can you really be...
That's a solid fucking ponytail now. Not bad. I still can't quite keep the shit in the front of my hair from flapping around in the wind, but
fired of the Department of Defense without the say-so of the Secretary of Defense, the person who's running the building?
He must be read in on this.
Right? Yeah, so either you're read in or you're not read in. That's even scarier.
Right.
That means that the building is running without you. How does that work? Is this some deep state operation? That's what some people seem to be claiming. I just have no clue. I just know this is a cluster, and this is not how you run the largest office building in the entire world.
you guys fucking suck.
Quote, I like him on Fox, but does he have the experience to lead one of the largest organizations in the world? Sir, as a...
You said I like him? This is, boy, what a
question that your colleagues in the Senate should have already asked themselves. It's Tuesday, April 22nd. Happy Earth Day. I'm Erin Ryan, in for Jane Coaston, and this is What a Day, the show that's got a lot of questions about Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem's purse being stolen. 1, what kind of purse? 2, why was she carrying $3,000 cash for Easter presents? 3, where was her security? 4, did the person who stole it know it was Kristi Noem's purse, or did they think...
Hang on. Okay. If somebody is relatively wealthy, I don't think $3,000 cash for shopping
Is all that much?
Insane. Like, my mom probably spends that on Christmas exclusively. She's like super, like, she's so gay about it. Like, literally, like, she is so gay about Christmas that it makes you hate Christmas. She has like 100 ceramic Santa Clauses.
Oh my god.
And it's like,
That's
we can't
intense.
play anymore in the house as kids because there's fragile Santas all over the place, and Mom will be mad if we break one.
That's so intense. Jesus
You know,
Christ.
and then every year it was multiple Lego sets, but specifically not the Hogwarts castle that they all connect to.
Amazing.
So it's like, yeah, you
She
put
was
all
just
this
like-
effort in, but you're not winning at it, you know? It's like you get a lot of Christmas presents, but none of them are hits. Like, you need the castle for the sets to connect to. This is 3 years in a row now, Mom. That type of shit. Like, you can't not be grateful. Like, I still played with the fucking Legos. You don't
Yes.
need the center castle for them. But it was, I was always looking at the booklet, wanting that castle so I could connect them all together.
Just never came.
But it's my fault, because what she would do is she would hand me a Lego catalog and say, circle what you want. I circle the castle, but it's not ranked choice here. You know what I mean?
You just circled only the castle. Only the page is just a big circle around the castle.
Exactly.
This one.
But then
Like a random
there are
note.
times when I remember hits, okay? Like, the StarCraft battle chest. That was a good one. We got our original Xbox and surround sound the same year. So that day we played the first Call of Duty. It was the first game we played on surround sound. Like, that was a total hit. But in between those hits,
Oh, there it is. Beautiful. Hold on. Did you ever have these?
no, but I had a friend who was an only child who got all the trend toys. And I'm sure he had one.
What about these?
Yeah, I've seen them, but no, I didn't have anything like that.
So
I
I
was
had...
mainly into Legos.
Yeah, okay. So a lot of my stuff that I got was like single presents, but big ones. So like this, the robot, the
I'm
the
very
dinosaur.
creative art style kid, so like the thing I played with the most as a kid, as far as toys goes, is Legos. And before that,
okay.
Power Rangers.
Yep, fair enough.
My mom will be like, "Oh, Transformers! You used to play with those," and she's thinking of the Megazord.
Oh, that's funny.
Like it's the same thing.
80. On today's show, Catholics around the world mourn the death of Pope Francis, who passed away on Monday at the age of 88 after a prolonged illness and a brief meeting with Vice President J.D. Vance. The value of the dollar dips and the American stock market takes a dive precipitous enough to make investors seasick. Maybe a guy who bankrupted a casino wasn't the best choice to lead us away from recession.
God, I hate her.
Leah, as always, welcome back to What a Day.
Thanks for having me.
So let's start
What
with
a
the case that
day.
the justices heard Monday. This was a challenge to Obamacare and its requirement that insurance cover some preventative care services at no cost. Can you tell us more about the case and what the justices were weighing?
Spoken to the president, and
Thank you for chapter marking it.
we are going to continue fighting on the same page all the way.
So if you're not watching this on YouTube, you definitely should watch this on YouTube, because then you get the full picture of Secretary Pete Hegseth surrounded by children looking for Easter eggs on the
Holy
White House.
Shit. Last time I looked at our Content Cop upload, it was 60 views. It's now at 450. Pop it off. I wonder what the retention is.
Well, what you have to look at is the comments and see how many people are angry at us for saying it was a bad video. Look at our dislike bar, and you can tell who actually watched it.
There. Got 2 comments. Why are you talking about him? And clickbait.
Not clickbait at all, though.
But it
That's
wasn't.
what's crazy.
No, that it's like literally in the video, it'll have the part where I'm like, that's the title. Where were we? This one.
Lawn with probably a man-sized bunny walking around somewhere. It is truly a sight to behold. In an exclusive story on Monday, NPR reported that the White House is looking for a new defense secretary after news broke that Pete Hegseth shared sensitive military information in another unsecured group chat on Signal. The outlet cited an anonymous U.S. official as its source. This is not to be confused with the Signal chat that made headlines last month, the one where Hegseth and other defense officials were discussing the Pentagon's plans to bomb Houthi rebels in Yemen, without realizing that they accidentally added the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic to the chat. The New York Times reported Sunday that Hegseth was sharing those same plans in a second Signal group chat that included his wife, his brother, and his personal lawyer. Hegseth rushed to call the story fake news Monday, speaking to reporters at the White House Easter egg roll.
See, this is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not going to work with me.
Also at the Easter egg roll, President Trump told reporters that Hegseth is doing a, quote, great job.
Ask the Houthis how much there's function there. There's none. Pete's doing a great job. Everybody's happy with him.
The way he pronounces that word makes me think he's referring to Hootie and the Blowfish. But I digress. But not everyone agrees. Representative Don Bacon of Nebraska, who sits on the House Armed Services Committee, was the first Republican in the chamber to publicly question Hegseth's ability to lead the Pentagon amid Signalgate, the sequel. He told Politico, quote, I like him on Fox, but does he have the experience to lead one of the largest organizations in the world? Sir,
she was
that's a
baited
question
you with.
that your
She was
colleagues
you
in
in
the
a
Senate
quote.
should have
She
already
baited
asked
you,
themselves.
Jack. You thought that was her opinion.
Pope Francis passed
She
away
baited
Easter
the
Monday.
fuck
He
out
was
of you.
88 years old.
Wait, what did I miss?
You
Hold
said, she just said, I like him on Fox. But she was quoting somebody. She baited you with that fucking intro.
That's great. Good on her.
Hegseth's ability to lead the Pentagon amid Signalgate, the sequel. He told Politico, quote, I like him on Fox, but does he have the experience to lead one of the largest organizations in the world? Sir?
That's so funny. Well done.
As a
I'll give her
question
like for
that your
one.
colleagues in the Senate should have already asked themselves. Pope Francis passed away Easter Monday. He was 88 years old. The Vatican said he died from a...
That's all we got.
Went on Fox and Friends this morning to try to defend himself, and here he is talking about how he refuses to meet with a specific kind of crowd. He's more into the chugging crowd. You'll see what I'm referring to in a second.
Mr. Secretary, do you think you take this job, you come in with war experience and all your great background, do you think there's a lot of people who don't want you there, and there's some type of deep state forces that want to make sure you don't stay there?
They've come after me from day one, just like they've come after President Trump.
Pause it for 1 second. I just want to be clear. They came after Pete Hegseth from really day negative like 40 or 50. Like the moment that the idea that this weekend Fox News host, whose only executive experience in running anything were two organizations that were incredibly small, and in at least one of them, he created a budget deficit twice as large as the budget itself in the course of a year, and had to be basically removed from both positions amid both a sense that he didn't know how to manage these things, and also some reports of him being not appropriate with the women in the organizations, on top of which there was reporting from former coworkers at Fox News that he couldn't stay sober. And then by the time we got to day one, that was 4 days after he promised not to drink on the job. which, if you have to promise that, is indicative of a problem.
Bit of a concern.
And now, of course, the deep state forced him to
add his wife
and his brother-in-law in a group chat on an imminent military mission. Just to catch you up. Go back.
You think there's a lot of people don't want you there, and there's some type of deep state forces that want to make sure you don't stay there?
They've come after me from day one, just like they've come after President Trump. I mean, I've gotten a fraction of what President Trump got in that first term. What he's endured is superhuman. It's not hard for me to do this job. I know exactly why I'm here. To bring war fighting and the war fighting ethos back to the Pentagon, to rip out the insidious ideologies and not compromise and not back down, to bring in new press voices into the Pentagon, which we've done,
Pause
to
it for a second.
reestablish
Look,
standards and
I
accountability.
cannot stand analysis where you sort of like project onto someone their state of mind. But in this case, I'm going to make myself an exception because I've actually been in like a situation similar to this after having drank a little bit. Back in the day, I used to do a lot of MSNBC hits, and there was occasions where it'd be like the hits at like the 9 p.m. show or the 10 p.m. show or something like that, and I get a babysitter, and I'm going to make it a social evening. And then I realized, like, I socialized a little too much, and you got to go. And it's this thing where you're looking down, and then, like, I'm back in. I'm going back in. I'm just getting into a rhythm. I don't know. That's me.
It could be.
I'm not saying it's him. I think he has a lot more experience at this than I do.
Uh-oh. Taxi.
Go back a little bit. He's much less slurry than Kudlow was back in the day. I could say that.
I mean, it is, 8:30 a.m. Eastern, although we know that he did start his days with a few gin and tonics, according to the New Yorker.
Look, war fighting and the war fighting ethos back to the Pentagon, to rip out the insidious ideologies and not compromise and not back down. To bring in new press voices into the Pentagon, which we've done, to reestablish standards and accountability, to not tolerate leakers, to 100% operational control of our border, to get rid of trans lunacy in the military. We haven't backed down. See, here's the thing. A lot of people come to Washington and they just play the game. And it's you punch their ticket and get along to go along. And, start doing Meet the Press and going to the Council on Foreign Relations and spending time with all the new cocktail sipping crowd. That's not why I'm here. I'm here because President Trump...
Pause it. I'm here to chug cocktails.
Those weak-ass liberals in D.C.
Sip a cocktail.
Sip.
I guess I'll tell you something right now. I'm not airport. I chug my cocktails.
Chug.
John will be pleased.
Chug.
What?
We've got in the mission control in the Pentagon, we have a funnel.
Monitoring.
And it is a 12 beer funnel.
Yeah.
If you can't do it, you get
As I said, you will be pleased.
out of the room. That's what we do. That's what I brought. Look at this. See this sideburn? I keep this sideburn long and this one short to remind myself I like to party.
I do know about this, yes.
I like how he says he's bringing fighting back to the Pentagon.
Do you know why this is long
Fighting
and this one's
nausea.
short?
Yeah.
Because 3 nights ago, I got so shit-faced blind that I fell asleep, and some of the guys came in and they shaved this sideburn and into that one, and I gotta wear this until it grows back. That's the name of the game.
He comes in with just like
that's the rules.
A peanut Sharpie on his face or loser on his forehead.
That's exactly.
Yeah.
He's boofing with Kavanaugh.
Yes. I don't even know if Sam. God forbid you know what boofing is.
I don't know what that means.
He's boofing right now in this interview. That's why he's so excitable.
Operational control of our border, to get rid of trans lunacy in the military. We haven't backed down. See, here's the thing.
Here's the thing.
Come to Washington, and they just play the game. And it's you punch their ticket and get along to go along. And, start doing Meet the Press and going to the Council on Foreign Relations and spending...
Bro is drunk.
time with all the new cocktail
I think he's
sipping
more than
crowd.
drunk.
That's not why I'm here. I'm here because President Trump asked me to bring warfighting back to the Pentagon every single day.
Right.
That is our
War
focus.
fighting.
And if people don't like
What
it,
war you fighting,
they can
bro?
come after me. No
Trump
worries.
said the
I'm standing
anti-war.
right here. The war fighters are behind us. Our enemies know they're on notice. Our allies know we're behind them. And that, in this dangerous world,
How many more
for the
platoons can
American
we get in
people,
here?
is what it's all about.
I've been on 2 bases over the last 2 months.
And Paz, I just want to make it clear. I will give everyone our war plans. I'm not doing this cocktail sipping type of like, oh, just the war plans for the people who need them. I'm not afraid.
He was going to say cocktail drinking and changed it to cocktail sipping. I
sipping.
don't know what that means.
He's got cocktail on the brain.
Cocktail sipping and just like drinking like whiskey and clear liquors and other type of. I'm not. Listen, I'm not.
It's on the toilet.
I'm not hanging around with the blind crowd. Okay.
Yeah. Hard liquor only.
It's more like it's go ahead, give it to me again. You ready? I tried to time that. Oh boy. Al Conniption. Hegseth talks the way R.M. Brown does through AI voice at the end of his video. He says, subscribe on Patreon. Ask
Come on, man. You got something to say?
Jerry at the beach. Love the idea that there's a deep state conspiracy to make the military gay and trans. Someone like Pete Hegseth, who would pound the drums of war at the drop of a hat, is an imminent threat to the military-industrial complex. DJ Ducor. I love when Uncle Sam comes back and all the kids have to explain what boofing and the Saratoga Springs ice baths are. Laugh my ass off.
Hey, Russ brought up boofing. I was thinking it,
It was
but
from
Russ said
a
it.
Senate confirmation here.
Talking about R.M. Brown.
Hey, let's get that turn again. That's very cool looking.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hi.
Today on the show we have my guest, what's the guy's name? Jordan Peterman. Hey, I got a lot of problems with you, man.
That's your argument, you scum rat. You're going to use that as a moral lever.
No, I'm
That's
not.
your level of.
Whoa! Hey, man. I'm not a scum rat. Hey, shut up,
great
man. I'm just
because
a
I can
normal,
watch the
just a
chinchillas
normal,
with my
relatively
laptop,
clean rat.
even though
You
you
scum
can't hear
rat.
me as good.
Hey, man. Hey, man. Look, yes, do I have rat-like features? Yes, maybe I do, but scum rat? Joe Rogan scum rats. Check it out, man.
Rogan experience.
Hey, check this thing out.
Maybe it's better now. now you can hear me. It's fine. If anything, too loud.
Too loud.
No, at least that's allegedly. Not that I don't think he did it. I definitely think he
Okay.
did it. But I also think the cops planted evidence,
Right.
which is probably at least partially why he got off. You know?
Right. Okay.
I think the big reason why he got off was Rodney King, right?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Time out.
Okay.
Time out.
Okay.
Time out.
Right.
What a dumb thing to say. Planted evidence, bro? Did you see that crime scene?
Rodney King.
No. Weren't they talking about OJ? Or was it Rodney King?
You know?
Right. Okay.
I think the big reason why he got off was Rodney King, right? Off. You know?
Right.
Oh, they are talking about OJ.
Right?
It was because
So,
of
like-
the Rodney King verdict that they're saying that he got off.
So they're saying he got off because of wokeness.
Yeah.
Basically, because we were
Yeah.
sympathetic. But no, like, seriously. That crime scene... Like, if you're a cop arriving to that crime scene and be like, better plant some evidence here.
Yeah, that's a bit ridiculous.
It's like...
It was extremely brutal, right?
Bro, just look it up.
Fine.
Don't put the images... Actually, we
will.
tried to do this. I'm pretty sure the Australian government bans the crime scene images of OJ's crime. Because it's owned by, like, a specific magazine.
Oh my god.
Like, what magazine is it? It's a tabloid that owns them.
Oh, no, I got it.
Oh, there's like boot prints and shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure, yeah. Nah, he did this shit.
Here's a safe for work drawing.
Great.
Just imagine also there's blood all over the walls here.
Yes.
Not just these footprints.
There's blood everywhere.
There's so much blood. It's like the bloodiest crime scene you've ever seen. It's brutal.
Yeah, there's a lot of blood. Oh, look. I found an even better one.
Like, it's... who else would have done it, you know? Like, not only that, you can tell this shit was personal just by looking at the crime scene. Well, yes, again, this is taking about 90% of the blood in the pictures out at this point.
Yes. There's a lot of blood just, like, down all the way down here. And there's a lot of blood up here. And there's a lot of blood around here.
It's like up the walls and shit. It looks like fucking crazy. After Johnny Depp gets pulled through the bed in Nightmare on Elm Street.
That is pretty fucking crazy. It's wild that he got off.
Planted evidence, bro said. Come on. Why would you plant evidence on that crime scene? One of my favorite things about OJ is this quote where he said that he doesn't like going to LA because he's worried he'll run into the guy that did it.
That's funny.
I think the big reason why...
Well, now he doesn't have to matter because he's dead.
Yeah.
Got off was Rodney King, right?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank God.
Praise God.
Because my life has been out of control lately. People have been calling me a scum rat. I'm like, I need to develop myself. I'm out of control. I'm an idiot, you know? So I need the guidance of Dr. Jordan James Peterbone. This is kind of funny in the beginning. For some reason, Joe Rogan's like, Jamie bought O.J. Simpson's golf clubs. I think he's trying to tee Jordan Peterson up for some jokes, some comedy riffs here. And Jordan Peterson is just like, oh, it's weird. No. Joe Rogan's like, look, man, I think he did do it. Yeah. Jordan Peterson's like, okay, I'm here again, Joe. Okay, come on, Jordan. Enough. Give me the advice. Enough with this O.J. Simpson crap. Give me the advice I need to go like this. And go like this.
When it comes to anti-Semitism,
Easy, Joe.
It's one of those things where you can't separate.
Okay.
It's
take your time.
It's a religion, and it's also a race, and it's also a government. That's where things get weird.
Right.
And then there's also the concept of intelligence agencies and compromise that also gets attached to it, the manipulation of world markets and money. And there's a lot to unpack. And then there's regular Jewish people who have nothing to do with that.
Well, the Jews, too, they're very successful.
Yeah.
And so what you would expect from a purely statistical point of view is you'd expect them to be overrepresented at the extremes.
They're also a walled garden, right?
Meaning?
Meaning
meaning?
It's very difficult to join. They don't proselytize. They don't try to get you to join. And they're all very tightly knit. They call themselves the clan. They're all like locked in.
They all are?
Jewish clan.
Okay, wait, I think I got the wrong time code here. Whoa, wait, what's going on here? I thought Jordan Peterson was going to try to tell me how to get a wife or something.
Wait, what is this? How did we get here?
I don't know how we got here, man. I like that Jordy Peterman, he's like trying to go along with Joe on this. Joe's like, they're a tightly knit group. You can't get in there. What's going on in there? What's going on in there, man? Jordan Peterson's like, what? What's that? What are you saying there, Joe? You can't get in there, man. It's like there's a fence around that whole thing. What? What's the thing you were just saying? What's up, man?
Right. And a lot of that's cloaked in anti-Semitic guys. There's plenty of anti-Semitism on the left, too, by the way. So it's not unique to the right.
Well, particularly now.
Yes,
Right.
yes, particularly now.
Right, absolutely.
And so, you've let your...
Is that true? Can we get a fact check from Jamie on that one? Hey, Jamie.
Boom.
Okay, wait, hold on. What is this? This already got like 1 million views in 10 hours. I don't know. I would like to see the numbers on the JRE. Sorry. I'm being a real scum rat right now. It's the JRE. I almost called it the Joe Rogan program. That's scum rat behavior. That's what a
toilet
rat would do. But I would like to see like across all platforms, like what does the Joe Show get number-wise? There's like a sizable percent of just people, just humans listening to this. I don't know how he does this. I don't know how he does it. How does he do it? Where he's just like, I'm gonna riff on this a little bit. Let me just riff this out a little bit. Look, I know like a percentage of human beings is watching this. Sizable. Let me just riff this out a little bit. They're like behind the wall, kind of. These people are kind of behind a wall. They're all kind of together, yeah. Also, the left is anti-Semitic. Anyway, 4 billion views. I don't know. Let me riff this out. Let's see if there's something funny here. They're all a group. They're all together in there. What the hell are they doing in there? Yeah. And they're kind of the government, or people say that or something. And the left are racist against them. I like there's a part where even like a nutty guy like Jordan Peterson is what, Joe? Jordan Peterson's like, Jamie, what? Jamie, can you clarify what Joe's? I'm just saying it's a confusing issue. It's tangled. There's people going on podcasts saying stuff. People get confused. That's sick. What do you think about that, Jordy?
Should that be legal, Jordy?
My favorite thing of the JRE is when Joe's just saying a bunch of stuff and then he makes like, God.
So,
who knows? Who knows what the hell's going on in the Joe Rogan comment section?
They're the ones who conspire to crucify him.
Whoa.
Right? The religious pretenders. So this has been going on for a very long period of time.
Praise God.
So,
okay, what are we talking about
here?
The
climate apocalypse narrative is perfectly situated to, what would you say, to serve the purposes of the narcissists, the Machiavellians, the psychopaths, and the sadists, because it's a infinitely expanding existential threat that can be used as an excuse for anything.
Yes.
Right.
It's an excuse for anybody to go like this.
Boom.
Okay. Hey, we're getting into scum rat territory with the sounds. Okay.
The perfect cloak for any amount of power maneuvering.
Right,
It's like,
exactly.
I want to make your shower heads put out a needle spray so that you're cold all the time while you have a shower. While you're doing something you do every day that could otherwise be highly enjoyable.
They better not.
Why? Well, because the planet's at stake, Joe. And who are you to privilege your shower comfort,
Hey, give
something
Joe
that
a break,
trivial,
man.
over the fate
Give
of
Joe
the
a
entire
break. He
planet?
didn't do
Well,
anything.
you can use that argument at every single level. Trump came out with this executive statement just a few days ago about...
We have that executive statement here in audio form. Go ahead.
It's weird.
Oh, it is. Okay, anything to add to that, Mr. President?
Bye-bye.
Okay, is he leaving?
Trump came out with this executive statement just a few days ago about shower heads. And everybody kind of laughed about that. And I thought, no, he has an eye for petty tyranny.
Bye-bye.
Right, for petty tyranny.
Hey, whoa. Joe, don't blow smoke in this guy's face. That's your elder, man. Joe's over here giving this Canadian guy one of these.
Do you scum rat?
Hey, man.
Do you scum rat?
So that's Jordan Peterson standing up to the...
Do you scum rat?
Yeah, this is an interesting point to unpack here. I love to unpack...
Okay. I got enough videos now. Let's continue.
This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before.
U.S. President Donald Trump was elected on the hope he would fight inflation and boost the economy. But as his 100th day in office approaches, Americans are giving him poor marks in both those areas. A Reuters Ipsos poll this week showed that just 37% of Americans approve of Trump's handling of the economy, down from the first days of his presidency, in which he promised to bring about a golden age of America. Trump has kicked off his term with an aggressive economic agenda, sparking trade wars as he slaps tariffs on trading partners and setting off the worst sell-off in U.S. financial markets since the start of the pandemic 5 years ago. Now, 3/4 of the poll respondents said they worried a recession was coming. And more than half of the respondents, including 1 in 4 Republicans, said Trump's moves to shake up the economy are, quote, too erratic. Trump has also rattled markets by intimating he could fire Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, the nation's top official tasked with controlling inflation. But on Tuesday, Trump pulled back on that threat.
I have no intention of firing him.
Trump has also pressured the Fed to lower interest rates, but Powell, like Wall Street economists, has said that Trump's moves to raise tariffs could push inflation higher. To be sure, a large swath of the country still backs Trump, many fervently. But despite his widespread party support, the poll showed that 1 in 3 Republicans said their cost of living was on the wrong track. As one senior fellow at a conservative think tank put it, quote, "Everything that's supposed to be up is down. Everything that's supposed to be down is up."
President Trump's 100-day report card is coming in soon, and things aren't looking too good. Unfortunately for President Trump right now,
Who's
his
this
approval rating
lady?
in terms of the economy has dropped to the lowest in his presidential career.
CNBC poll surveyed 1,000 Americans across the country, and the poll found that 43% of respondents approved
Robbie
of
is
Trump's
like,
handling of the economy.
I want to say, like, he's probably their guy now,
49%
you know?
believe.
Yeah,
Like
I mean, he's
who's
on it.
been on there
All of these.
longer than him? Like,
Not
maybe Crystal and Soccer, because they really built themselves up before going independent.
Yeah. Maybe. He's definitely
believe
been
that
there
they-
longer than
that the
most
economy
people there
will
now.
get worse over the next year. The poll has a margin of error of plus or minus 3.1%.
Trump is also down 23 points from his first term with independents on the economic issue.
CNN's data guru, Harry Enton, one of my favorites, sat down with Mediaites Aidan McLaughlin last week. Here he is on the importance of the economy for Republicans.
It's completely on the table that the Republican brand could collapse. It has not yet, but it absolutely could. 100% if the economy goes south, it will take Republican House members with them.
Enton did add, however, that the Democratic Party's brand was in the absolute gutter and that this might be the one thing that's currently saving Trump and the GOP. So, Bofta, I was not a fan of the tariff policy. I think there were a lot of self-inflicted wounds going on.
I think it's going that way. So, good.
I think it is one thing to argue for strategic tariffs against China for national security reasons, or also to argue that we're going to do reciprocal tariffs with the goal of convincing the rest of the world to actually get rid of their tariffs as well. The problem was there were a lot of mixed messages coming out of the White House. You had I would say, the smarter members of the Trump team, like Scott Bessent and others, making that argument. Meanwhile, you had the less smart members of the administration, Peter Navarro, making the argument that we were going to keep the tariffs in place forever in order to, return all manufacturing to the U.S. or whatever, which was never going to happen because the pain was immediate, the markets crashed, and the tariffs, there was relenting immediately. So I think that was not a good idea.
He's so
I would
useless.
remind even people who are supportive of the tariffs on the MAGA side that there will not be public support. This mandate, this power, this moment the GOP has to implement actual policy will not last forever, and the public support, the mandate Trump needs to carry out his policies will
He's so useless.
disappear, will evaporate
Trump?
if
He
the
just-
economy
no,
does
Robbie.
poorly. That and
He just
immigration are why
says
Trump
nothing.
got returned to power. To
That's
to
that
fix
fucking Ayn
inflation,
Rand.
to keep the prices of things low. If you do tariffs, if you crash the economy, that's not going to happen. So I'm not surprised to see a little bit of this showing up in the polling.
Well, right, and I think a lot of Americans are looking for their savvy master deal maker, and where is he? Right now, we just hear a lot of shoot from the hip, lack of strategy. It seems to be the decision making is, one day this, one day that, especially with the tariffs, as you mentioned. So I think that there's a lot of trust that's been lost. But on the flip side of things, 77 million Americans did vote for Trump. And I do think that they're going to give him grace, many of them, for the first 100 days. But once you get into that 6-month mark, we're going to see if this will really impact Republican midterms next November,
Fucking
how this
paper
will,
eater.
if it doesn't get better, how this will really impact the whole
He
party.
loves it.
But I think he has some grace.
And it's
because
either
folks
that
have
or
so
the
much faith
fucking
in him
drywall.
Who are the very loyal
You
supporters.
can't win with it.
Unfortunately, in all of this, I think that the Democrats
Paper might be a
have
better
not
option.
seized the moment. So they haven't
Yeah,
leveraged
and plus
it
Al
like I think,
Paper is fucking
other
non-toxic.
administrations
No.
might have seen.
There's like nothing that you're going to find.
You just haven't seen that messaging,
like
that strong
anything that
messaging
comes
come
out
and
of a
it's been
grocery
inconsistent.
store,
So
all the dyes
unfortunately,
on it are
despite all-
non-toxic.
Interesting.
Organic, just food coloring, basically.
Oh, good.
That's happening.
So you can
despite what
literally
we're seeing with the numbers.
eat
You're
the-
not seeing the Democratic
eat
Party
the packaging
also
of your
come in
food
and
as long as
swoop
it's
in
not plastic.
and make sure that
If it's
those voters who are
cardboard,
now
you
on the
can
fence about
literally
it
eat
are
it.
Definitely on their side. They're looking really at two things they don't want, and that's not where you want to be.
Yeah, and Harry Enton, that pollster we just showed, I've done a couple radars on his analysis, pointing out that Trump's approval ratings, his numbers, his favorability scores, all those things, they're not terrible. they're not in like the 30s or something. It's somewhere between 40 or 50 or even higher percent. He retains basically about as much support as he did on election day. The Dems are not making the gains in terms of the poll numbers that you would be expecting for them to actually retake the House. Now the House majority that Republicans have is so narrow that it's very easy to imagine the Democrats retaking it. I think that would be the expected result. It's just usual that the House flips after in the midterm elections after you have one party in power. We have thermostatic public opinion. We incumbency is like no advantage anymore. It's a negative. We're like, we put some new person in charge. We're like, no, we hate them. We go back the other way. That's just the way the country works. But you would be expecting to see a little bit more favorable polling emerging for Democrats by now. It's not there yet. Might get there, but it's not there yet.
Well, and we also haven't mentioned that Elon Musk is unpopular. We see what happened in Wisconsin, even though he threw a bunch of money at the race. Elon Musk.
Shut up.
Well, the latest salvo in the economic crossfire between the U.S. and China is happening right now.
Yeah, they're
China
yappy.
is sending back a second Boeing jet intended to have been used by a Chinese airline. According to flight data, the 737 MAX 8 just landed in Guam en route from Shanghai. You see Boeing down about 2.6% at the moment. President Trump's next move against China might affect anybody who orders from Chinese websites. Starting May 2nd, the tariff loophole called the de minimis exemption will be closed. Trump signed an executive order slapping a 120% tariff on all packages coming from China and Hong Kong and a postal fee of $100. Come June 1st, that fee jumps.
Is China backing off their tariffs?
Not sure. It's potential. Unless everything I've been saying about Trump dropping the tariffs is fake news and Chinese propaganda, which is highly likely. I believe he backed off, yes?
I don't know. Guess we'll have to find out.
I will have to search by latest.
To $200. Currently, shipments worth less than $800 in value are exempt from that surcharge, but as of May 2nd, no more. As volleys in the U.S.-China trade war continue, the anxiety on Wall Street has devolved from trader trepidation to, a bit of market mayhem. I mean, look at what we're seeing today. Dow is down at the moment, 1,167 points. S&P down 3% or 160 points. NASDAQ down 528, 3.25%. New York Magazine this week capturing the New York Stock Exchange nightmare with this cover, the title, Wall Street's Rude Awakening. And you see a bunch of traders with their hair on fire, right? The quote on the screen right there is, "I did not think for 1 second he was going to go this crazy." That is from Spencer Hakimian, who manages the Toulouse Capital Hedge Fund, and the alleged he is President Trump. But not all money managers see it that way, including my next guest, Heyman Capital Management founder and CIO.
God, I don't care.
Looks like someone made a ton of money on non-public information that President Trump's massive tariffs were going into effect. And it also looks like someone made a killing on info that some of those tariffs were going to be rolled back. Now everyone's asking whether President Trump or his inner circle exploited non-public information for personal gain, aka insider trading. So did President Trump quietly tip off friends or family about his tariff plans? And what does it take legally for that to cross the line into insider trading? To find out, we have to follow the money and the law. On April 2nd, President Trump unveiled the most sweeping tariff hike since 1930s, declaring it Liberation Day. The plan imposed a 10% baseline tariff on all imported goods, with steeper levies targeting products from 60 specific countries. The announcement sent shockwaves through the financial markets, wiping out $5 trillion from the S&P 500. And when the tariffs took effect on April 5th, the markets continued to freefall. The tariffs hit nearly every country on Earth, including islands uninhabited by humans. That'll teach those pesky penguins on the herd in McDonald Islands.
Fuck
it was a
those
dark time.
penguins.
But while Americans panicked over losing their life savings, President Trump golfed and dished out some investment advice. And on April 9th at 9:37 a.m., Trump posted on Truth Social,
yes, Mr. President, you're very good at golf. Now give me some money.
This is a great time to buy DJT. Then, later that day at 1:18 p.m., Trump unexpectedly, for most of us, announced a 90-day pause in country-by-country tariffs. What a scamp. He said, quote, I have authorized a 90-day pause and substantially lowered reciprocal tariff. Again, these are not reciprocal. During this period of 10%, also effective immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Although Trump did not pause the universal 10% tariffs or the tariffs on America's largest trading partners, Mexico, Canada, and China, the market boomed for the rest of the day. The S&P 500 rose 9.5% by the close of the trading on April 9th. Trump's own company, DJT, surged, raising...
Oh, and don't forget, every single one of those fucking cockhead right-wing fuckwits started posting very specific, only the day jumps in the market to be like, oh, look, Trump's fixed everything. It's going to keep crashing. After 90 days, it's going to keep coming down. It's going to, every single stay, it's going to jump a little bit every time, but it's going to come crashing down. So if this is the world you want to live in, I hope you enjoy an unstable market and the US dollar becoming not the trade currency. It might take a while, but that's the trend. That's where it will go.
Trump's net worth by an estimated $415 million in one day, and certain people made a lot of money from buying the dip. And later that week, Trump bragged to a group of NASCAR drivers about how much money people made after the tariff pause. In the Oval Office, Trump and his wealthy friends celebrated. One of the men in the clip is Charles Schwab, the founder of the brokerage firm of the same name. Trump said Schwab made an estimated $2.5 billion from the sudden tariff reversal. And there is strong evidence that based on the trading activity on the market, a lot of people knew what was going to happen before it happened. A lot of people bought zero-day options right before the announcement was made. Zero-day options are normal options, puts and calls, that expire on less than 1 day and are meant to capitalize on short-term, same-day fluctuations. So when all this came to light and Trump bragged on camera about making his friends a lot of money, a lot of people had the same reaction. The president obviously tipped off his rich friends.
Well, what it does do, look, if you know 2 hours earlier that the stock market's going to go, what are you going to do? You're going to buy a hell of a lot of stock. You're going to invest in the stock market.
Senators Adam Schiff and Ruben Gallego sent a letter to the Office of Government Ethics urging an investigation. They warned that the president, his family, and his advisors are uniquely positioned to be privy to and take advantage of non-public information to inform their investment decisions. For example, Tesla stock rose 18% immediately after Trump's announcement. Musk is a special government employee who is certainly privy to inside information about the entire government, including decisions that impact his company. Kel McClanahan and I discussed the ethical nightmare posed by Musk's presence in the White House, so check that out to learn about whether Musk is subject to additional disclosure laws.
His entire
But the question is, did Trump or his associates violate securities laws during the aftermath of the tariff announcement? Well, that depends on how we interpret insider trading laws. Now, insider trading is buying or selling a security, like stocks, based on material non-public information about the company. Insider trading can be legal if the trade is made with proper disclosure and reporting. But if the trade is based on inside information and violates a duty of trust or confidence, insider trading is illegal. No federal security law prohibits or defines insider trading. Instead, insider trading is governed by a combination of securities laws, regulations, and court decisions, especially the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. These sources prohibit trading in securities on the basis of material non-public information, known as MNPI, with an intent to deceive and in breach of a duty of trust or confidence. And the most important source of the insider trading prohibition is Section 10B of the Exchange Act. SEC Rule 10b5-1 of the Act makes it unlawful to, quote, make any untrue statement of a material fact or to omit to state a material fact necessary in connection with the purchase or sale of any security. Other regulations banning insider trading apply to specific situations like Rule 14E-3, which prohibits insider trading in connection with tender offers, and Section 17A of the Securities Act, which bans fraud in connection with the offer or sale of securities. But generally speaking, liability for insider trading arises when 1, a person traded while in possession, 2, of material non-public information, 3, in breach of a fiduciary duty or other relationship of trust and confidence, 4, in exchange for value, 5, with knowledge and scienter. So first, the trader has to be in possession of material non-public information.
No, it's just how phones attract your eye anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
Computers are like work screens, right? But I just leave chat up on my phone.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Information. Second, the
get
information
alerts when
has to
one
be
comes in.
non-public and material. Information is non-public if it has not yet been disseminated broadly to the marketplace. Information is deemed material if there is a substantial likelihood that a reasonable investor would consider it important enough to significantly alter the total mix of information used in making an investment decision. The third element is breach of duty. This occurs when someone obtains
Duty.
information because of a fiduciary or other similar relationship of trust or confidence. In traditional insider trading, this usually means that corporate insiders, such as a director, officer, or employees of a company, can't make trades based on material non-public information that they obtained in connection with their positions. But corporate outsiders are also prohibited from trading based on MNPI. Outsiders generally include external service providers, such as lawyers, accountants, and family members of corporate insiders. And the fourth element is an exchange of value. The government must show that the insider, known as the tipper, shared the information with the trader, the tippee, in return for something of value, a personal benefit. The fifth element, scienter, or mens rea, means acting knowingly or with intent. The person who receives an insider tip can be held liable for trading on it, but the government has to prove two things: that the tippee knew the tipper was breaking a rule, and that the tippee personally gained from the trade. And that's a pretty tough standard to meet. Now, one of the most famous tippees involved in insider trading is probably Martha Stewart. However, Stewart actually did not go to prison for trading on an insider tip. In 2001, Stewart sold nearly 4,000 shares of M-Clone Systems just before the stock dropped, saving herself about $45,000 in losses. Her broker, Peter Bekanovich, told her that M-Clone CEO Sam Waxel was dumping his stock, which looked suspicious because it happened right before the FDA was expected to deny approval of an M-Clone cancer drug. Now, the tip wasn't public, which made it seem like insider trading. However, the government couldn't prove that Stewart knew the information was material and non-public with the necessary intent. In other words, they couldn't prove insider trading beyond a reasonable doubt. But when Stewart lied to investigators about why she sold the stock,
I don't care about Martha Stewart!
That provided enough evidence for her conviction on charges of conspiracy and obstruction of justice. And as usual, if you're contemplating doing crimes, please remember that the cover-up can be worse than the crime itself. And don't do crimes. Now, if you engaged in insider
Bad
trading,
advice.
you'll want a good lawyer. And hey, because of all that money you stole, you can probably afford it. But
Be
if you want a
gay.
great lawyer, let
Do
my
crime.
law firm, the Eagle Team, help. And by the way, with Eagle Team, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. But in this week, he had a lot of information about the tariff policies. He's the one that set them. Who did he share this info with, and what did they do with it? Well, consider the timeline of his Truth Social posts. At 9:33 a.m., Trump said, quote, "Be cool, everything is going to work out well. The USA will be bigger and better than ever before." That post hit shortly after the New York Stock Exchange opened, and a few minutes later at 9:37 a.m., Trump posted, "This is a great time to buy." And if you look at the chart of the S&P 500 index, there was a small bump at 9:37, probably in response to Trump's post. Then Trump announced his tariff pause at 11:18 p.m. with another Truth Social post, quote, "I've authorized a 90-day pause and substantially lowered reciprocal tariff during this period of 10%, also effective immediately. Thank you for your attention on this matter." And at 1:19 p.m., there was a huge bump in the S&P index. So yes, the market went up when he posted, but obviously that's not insider trading yet. His early post could be seen as an attempt to signal to insiders to capitalize on impending policy changes by now, because I'm pausing the tariffs and the market will surge.
Get off your
but
phone.
as Bloomberg's Matt Levine pointed out, that anyone who saw Trump's post was privy to President Trump's investment advice. So the posts alone
You're
aren't
breathing
definitive
into your
because
mic
they
with
were
your
public and
nose
everybody
because you're all
had the
hunched
chance to
over
see
and
them at the same time.
putting your nose
but
forward.
we don't know what Trump was up to before those posts. The 4-hour gap between Trump's "be cool" and "buy now" posts and the tariff pause announcement gave people ample time to act on his advice. Does that prove that Trump was secretly handing out insider tips? Maybe. We have no idea right now.
Sounds
to make
like
that case,
it.
we need to prove that the parties involved knew that the president
Yes.
had confidential information about the tariff reversal and acted with intent to...
I'm sorry. You have to prove that the president, the one putting the tariffs in place, didn't have knowledge. That is impossible. He literally puts them in place. He knows. If he's talking to people and telling them, that's just straight up insider trading.
deceive or defraud. Now, it would be vital to know
I'll
who had
say-
the information about the tariff pause before that became public information, and the best evidence would be the communications that may or may not have been circulated before or during those announcements. So it's a good thing that no one in the Trump administration is using a text messaging app that automatically deletes messages after a set amount of time. because that would be a huge security risk and a huge violation of Presidential Records Acts. But Donald Trump isn't the only one at risk of violating securities laws. 4 groups could be implicated: executive branch employees, cabinet members, Trump's friends and family, and
Marjorie Taylor Greene. What is that?
members of Congress. Now, federal employees are bound by strict ethical rules that prohibit them from using government information for private gain. Chief among them is a regulation located at 5 CFR section 2635.101, which states that public service is a public trust, and therefore under another regulation, 5 CFR section 2635.703, federal workers are prohibited from using non-public information for personal gain. Quote, non-public information refers to any information obtained through federal employment that the employee knows or should reasonably know hasn't been made public. And the rule applies to all employees of the executive branch. And the idea is simple. If you learn something in your government role, you can't turn around and use that to make money on the stock market. An employee who violates these standards may be suspended, demoted, or removed from federal service. And each agency's office of the Inspector General or the Ethics Office enforces these rules. Unfortunately, as you know, Trump has gutted most of the Inspector General offices, which will make it a lot harder to catch employees who broke the law. And if the circumstances suggest insider trading, the case may be referred to the DOJ for criminal prosecution. And specifically, if an executive branch employee trades on confidential government information like upcoming changes in tariff rates or knowledge of pending economic sanctions, that would absolutely be a textbook example of insider trading under Rule 10b-5. But prosecuting government employees for insider trading presents significant challenges. Take the case of David Bltch, a former official at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. After leaving his post, Bltch became a consultant for hedge funds, leveraging his insider connections to obtain confidential information about upcoming changes to Medicare reimbursement rates. He then tipped off his hedge fund clients, who traded on that information before it became public. Bltch and several employees of CMS were convicted of violating Rule 10b-5 and of wire fraud. However, the Second Circuit ultimately overturned the convictions, ruling that confidential government information, including upcoming Medicare rate changes, is not considered property or securities information in the same way that corporate secrets are. And the court concluded that CMS decisions are policy choices, not proprietary assets, even if they affect financial markets. This reasoning was based on the Supreme Court's Bridgegate decision, where it ruled that politically motivated lane closures on the George Washington Bridge, which was ordered by aides of Governor Chris Christie to retaliate against the mayor of Fort Lee, did not amount to wire fraud, as they didn't result in the loss of money or property. So this is yet another area of law where the Supreme Court has made it harder to combat corruption. Now, turning to Trump's cabinet members, these individuals are members of the executive branch and are subject to the Ethics in Government Act. Given their access to even more sensitive information than other executive employees, they face additional layers of oversight. They're also covered by the Stock Act of 2012, which clarified that executive officials can be prosecuted for insider trading and must disclose their trades within 45 days. And cabinet members can be prosecuted under major securities laws, including Rule 10b-5. So if on the day in question Trump had a meeting with Marco Rubio, and at noon he told Rubio that he was going to lift a whole bunch of the tariffs, and then Rubio went out and bought a whole bunch of options in the stock market before the 1 p.m. announcement, Rubio could be prosecuted for insider trading. Now, Trump's friends and family aren't all government employees this time around, but based on everything we know about these people, the likelihood of them trading on insider information seems pretty high. In fact, there's all kinds of evidence that the Kushners and the Trumps engaged in all kinds of shady
Jared
business
Kushner
this time around. But if they were given confidential, non-public information and then acted on it like anybody else, that would be textbook insider trading. Now, Congress is a little bit different. Members of Congress are subject to the Stock Act, which explicitly bars them and other federal employees from using non-public information gained through their official duties for their own personal financial benefit. Take Apple, for example. When Trump announced these sweeping tariffs, Apple stock suffered its biggest single-day drop in 5 years. But just days later, on April 11th, the administration announced that electronics, including smartphones and laptops, would be excluded from those tariffs. Now, those tariffs were eventually walked back or claimed to never have been walked back. But that kind of market-moving reversal is exactly the sort of inside information that members of Congress might have had information on. And case in point, on April 8th and 9th, days before Trump's tariff pause, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene purchased between $21,000 and $315,000 in stocks, including shares in Apple. Though she claims the trades were made by a financial advisor under a fiduciary agreement and fully disclosed. But many of her stocks rebounded sharply after Trump announced his pause. So what does the law say? Well, Section 4 of the Stock Act affirms that members of Congress are not exempt from insider trading prohibitions under existing securities laws. The act also requires members of Congress and certain government officials to report any trades over $1,000 within 45 days. But the Stock Act does not impose criminal penalties for insider trader violations. Criminal penalties for insider trading are governed by other federal securities laws, but the penalty for violating the Stock Act's disclosure provisions is comical: a fine of up to $200 for late disclosures.
Scary.
And on top of that, no member of Congress has ever been prosecuted under the Stock Act, despite numerous suspicious trades tied to financial briefings and policy decisions. And given how toothless the Stock Act has become, that's why a lot of lawmakers argue that Congress shouldn't trade stocks at all, and I would agree with those people. In 2022, Senators John Ossoff and Mark Kelly introduced the Ban Congressional Stock Trading Act to prohibit members and their families from buying or selling individual stocks while in office. Unfortunately, the bill stalled in committee. But after the tariff fiasco, it's gaining momentum again. But unfortunately, all of this brings us back to a familiar problem. Presidents have broad immunity from prosecution, and as we've discussed, more often than I would like, it is almost impossible to prosecute a sitting president. So all this leaves us in the same uncomfortable position that we often are with President Trump. He is subject to the same securities laws as any other American citizen, but he's virtually untouchable both during office and after, because of the immunity that he now possesses.
Thank you again. Thank you again. Won't forget.
Now, if you were one of the inside traders, when you buy your first foreign beachfront property, be sure to get a local eSIM for your phone, because even if you've effectively stolen millions by illegally using insider government information, you still don't want to pay excessive roaming fees, which you can avoid with today's sponsor, Saley. Saley's a fantastic way to get high-speed data on your cell phone whenever.
Wow, great video you put on and then walked away too. Can't even read what it's trying to tell us because we're covering it.
I was hoping that it would start
To play hardball with you, President Xi.
Hey.
No. They were very thrilled to swear in the new chairman of the security.
Started with China.
Are you going to play hardball with them? Are you going to mention COVID?
Well, I'm not going to say. No, I'm not going to mention COVID. I'm not going to say, oh, I'm going to play hardball with China. I'm going to play hardball with you, President Xi. No. We're going to be very nice. They're going to be very nice. And we'll see what happens.
Wow.
But ultimately, they have to make a deal.
Isn't
because
like how
otherwise,
people on social
they're not
media
gonna be
were
able
reporting
to
what he said.
Deal in the United States. So we
Isn't
want
that
them
crazy?
involved. But they have to, and other countries have to make a deal. And if they don't make a deal, we'll set the deal. Because we're the ones that set the deal. Scott and Howard and myself and others, we're going to be setting the deal. And it'll be a fair deal for everybody. And it'll be, I think it's a process that's going to go pretty quickly. We've spoken to many. Prices are going down, not going up. One of the big things is energy is going down. I see that we had a couple of states where gasoline was at $1.98.
Earlier today, Treasury Secretary Dustin suggested that with the tariff rates as high as they are now, it's effectively an embargo trade between the United States and China. Do you see it that way?
That's true. 145% is very high, and it won't be that high. It's not going to be that high. It got up to that. We were talking about fentanyl, where, various elements built it up to 145. No, it won't be anywhere near that high. It'll come down substantially, but it won't be zero. It used to be zero. We were just destroyed. China was taking us for a ride, and just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. We're going to be very good to China, have a great relationship with President Xi, but they would make billions and billions and billions of dollars a year, and they would build their military out of the United States and what they made, so that won't happen. But they're going to do very well, and I think they're going to be happy, and I think we're going to live together very happily and ideally work together. So I think it's going to work out very well.
He literally
but no, it's at 145%. It will not be anywhere near that number. They're coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before, as you know.
Oh my God!
Jensen
I'm so
came in
sick
for
of him.
$500 billion.
He's gonna say
You
the
saw that?
same thing
Great guy,
every
highly
fucking time.
respected.
Mr. President, you said you're ultimately going to make a deal with China, but where do things stand right now? Have you talked to
I
him?
think my relationship, my relationship with President Xi is great. It was, it's been great for a long time. We've had a very good relationship, and I think we'll make a deal with China.
In a meeting with
If we don't make a deal, we'll set it. We'll just set the number, and think they'll want to be a part of the United States. We're doing great. This is the golden age, as Paul said. We're talking about the golden age. There will never be a time like this, in my opinion. And China wants to be a part of that.
I bet.
Good afternoon, everybody.
how soon might we see a deal, and what evidence can you share that progress is being made in these trade negotiations?
Sure. Well, I spoke to our entire trade team this morning. There is a lot of progress being made. We now have 18 proposals on paper that have been brought to the trade team. Again, these are proposals on paper that countries have proposed to the Trump administration and to our government. You have Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, Ambassador Greer, NEC Director Hassett, and Peter Navarro, the entire trade team, meeting with 34 countries this week alone. We are moving at Trump speed to ensure these deals are made on behalf of the American worker and the American people.
Conversations yet with China happening?
I actually do have something to share on that. I asked the president about this before coming out here, and he wanted me to share with all of you that we're doing very well in respect to a potential trade deal with China. As I mentioned, there have now been 18 proposals in more than 100 countries around the world who are wanting to make a deal with the United States of America, and the president and the administration are setting the stage for a deal with China. So we feel everyone involved wants to see a trade deal happen, and the ball is moving in the right direction. There's a lot of work to be had. You may hear from the president later this afternoon as well, and we'll see you all later. Thank you.
Suggested that with tariff rates as high as they are now, it's effectively an embargo of trade between the United States and China. Do you see it that way?
That's true. 145% is very high, and it won't be that high. It's not going to be that high. It got up to that. We were talking about fentanyl,
This
where
literally just
various
what we just
elements
watched,
built
except
it
a
up to
better
145.
quality.
No, it won't be anywhere near that.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles in Washington, where we begin with breaking news as stocks rose for a second straight day, with President Trump walking back his threat to fire Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell and the White House signaling de-escalation in its trade war with China. Stocks finished the day higher for the second day in a row. The Dow rose more than 400 points at one point. It was over 1,000 points. Over the last two trading sessions, the major indices are up roughly 3 to 5%. Now, the improvement in market vibes comes after President Trump publicly echoed private assurances made by his Treasury Secretary to Wall Street bankers that sky-high tariffs with China will have to come down. Here's the president yesterday afternoon and this morning signaling changes to the current 145% tariff on Chinese imports.
I'm not going to say, I'm going to play hardball with China. I'm going to play hardball with you, President Xi. No. We're going to be very nice. They're going to be very nice. And we'll see what happens. But ultimately, they have to make a deal. We would partake. Even countries that have ripped us off for many, many years. China is an example. We're going to make a lot of money for our people. We'll be able to lower taxes substantially. And we're going to be proud of ourselves.
Now, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told reporters today that neither China nor the U.S. believe that these tariffs are at sustainable levels. He's calling it the equivalent of a trade embargo that really doesn't suit anyone's interest. It comes amid escalating pressure, though, on the White House. Axios reports that American retail titans personally warned the president this week that his trade policies could soon disrupt supply chains, leading to higher prices and empty shelves. And we've also seen a constant drumbeat of warnings from investors worried about the president's impulses and his threats to fire Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, who Trump himself appointed to the job. Less than a week ago, the president publicly said, quote, Powell's termination cannot come fast enough. On Monday, he called Powell a, quote, major loser, comments which roiled the market. But yesterday, the president essentially rescinded those threats.
He's such a baby.
I have no intention of firing him. I would like to see him be a little more active in terms of his idea to lower interest rates. This is a perfect time to lower interest rates. If he doesn't, is it the end? No, it's not. But it would be good timing. It could have taken place earlier. But no, I have no intention to fire him.
They should lodge a workplace complaint. Because he's a cunt. Like actively bullying people to do what he wants. Can't do that. Surely there's workplace protections for that. It's a workplace like any other.
Now, the Wall Street Journal reports that the Treasury Secretary and the Commerce Secretary were instrumental in getting Trump to drop his threats against Powell, warning him that trying to oust the head of the independent central bank would trigger legal challenges and chaos in the markets. Of course, all of the headlines right now about the president's softening on the Fed and China are just that. They're just headlines right now. And in this political environment, we never know what could happen next. Joining me now is NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung, and Jason Furman. He was the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors in the Obama White House. He's now a professor at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government. So, Gabe, let's start with you. The Trump we've heard in the last 24 hours seems to be a lot different than the Trump we heard earlier this month. What went into this change in posture? Was he spooked by the markets and the economic developments?
Hey there, Ryan. Well, certainly a softening of tone from the president, as you just laid out. Look, there was a confluence of factors here that really have been building over the last several days. You talked about the markets. Look, it was just a couple of days ago that we were getting that headline that the markets were heading towards their worst April since the Great Depression. Now, add that to the fact that there were several CEOs from major retailers here on Monday, from Walmart, Target, Home Depot. Lowe's was supposed to come here, but we understand that they didn't. Either way, they had a conversation with the president here at the White House about trade, about tariffs, and that all led up to yesterday when in that Oval Office meeting with reporters, the president dramatically shifted his tone, not just about tariffs on China, but also about potentially firing Jerome Powell, who was just played. He said that he wouldn't do it. So it was several things leading up to this. Certainly a lot of people in his ear, including potentially the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and his Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, may have led to that softening of the tone there.
And there does appear to be a bit of confusion, Gabe, about the talks with China right now. I mean, what is the latest there with Chinese tariffs? Are the two sides actually engaging at all? Trump says the talks are active. Do we even know what level these talks are taking place at?
Well, that appears to be a moving target, Ryan. The president earlier today did say that active talks were underway, but around that same time this morning, the Treasury Secretary was speaking with reporters, and he said that the talks hadn't actually started yet. And then a senior administration official telling NBC News that the talks were indeed underway, but that they were happening at a lower level, than a sub-cabinet level. So we still don't know exactly
the guy
what
shuffling his papers, for fuck's sake.
But I want to play a little bit of what the president told reporters earlier today here at the White House. Listen.
Can you clarify, Mr. President, on China?
Yeah,
are you thinking about lowering their tariffs?
Fair deal with China. It's going to be fair.
Are you talking to them actively now?
Actively. Everything's active. Everybody wants to be a part of what we're doing.
So again, the president there saying that active negotiations were underway. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt this afternoon saying that they were in discussions with many countries right now. But as it stands now, Ryan, we don't have any clarity on exactly what level these talks with China are supposedly happening.
And another issue we're looking to get clarity on is the future of Elon Musk. He says he's scaling back his time with Doge. What could that mean?
Well, several things there. So, yes, yesterday during an earnings call, Elon Musk, after profits were down 71% of Tesla, he did say that he would scale back his time here at the White House with Doge, saying that his work with Doge had largely taken place, that he had established this Department of Government Efficiency, and they would probably only work here in the government one or two days a week if the president would have him. But the fact is, Ryan, that Elon Musk has been facing increasing pressure from the financial world to pay more attention to Tesla, given the fact that his political work has led to that steep drop in stock price, also vandalism against Tesla dealerships as well. And the Trump White House had been saying that he was going to work here until his end of his time as a special government employee, which we believe to be in late May. But he has lost some influence, at least in the last couple of weeks, because remember, it was his pick for acting IRS commissioner that was appointed. Then it was that the commissioner was dismissed just a few days later at the urging of the Treasury Secretary, Ryan.
Okay, Gabe, thank you for starting us off from the North Lawn. Let's go now to Brian Chung. Another roller coaster day, Brian. Break down what we saw on Wall Street. Does it appear that the markets like what they heard from the White House this week?
Yeah, well, it appears that they did because the markets had a pretty nice close, in the green. They did start the morning looking like they would be even higher in terms of those gains. Now it seems like maybe investors are a little bit sobering up to the idea that maybe those conversations and the temperature of the...
Like, I really... Like, watching this, it really makes you think that government policies are made dependent on the market. Like, how the market goes. Like, if something makes the market go into the red, that then gets pulled. But it crashed the market and it got pulled. So, I don't know. It may just be a coincidence, but makes you think. What do you reckon? Do you reckon the market actually has any impact on government policy and how it goes?
I'm not an economist.
I'm not talking about economy.
I don't know.
Literally,
I just
the
told you
government
I don't
policy.
know. What more do you want from me? I do not know.
Those conversations with China aren't as substantive as we thought, given that based off of what Gabe was just talking about, we don't know if those conversations are really, in progress right now. But nonetheless, this does underscore that the volatility is still present there in the markets. I mean, I think if you talk about the Overton window shifting, it seems like we are now at the stage of this trade conversation where it seems like markets are going to be very much at the whim of what the...
First, Jason, I want to start with your reaction to what you've seen out of the Trump administration in the last 24 hours. To you, does this look like they're caving, or is it really just a short-term effort to juice the market?
Look, they have done a lot of damage through their policies on trade and their rhetoric on the Fed. And it's good that they've undone a fraction of that damage, but it's only a fraction of that damage. Moreover, I am worried. The China talks are going to be harder than they think. Maybe we're going to settle for a token concession, call it off. That would be fine. But if we want something big and meaningful, we haven't set it up in the right way to achieve that.
What do you think it was that led to Donald Trump walking this back a little bit? Is it the bond market that he's worried about? Is he worried about empty store shelves, the alarming message he got from these big box retailers? What do you think was kind of the final straw for him?
Yeah, I don't know what the final straw was. 2 weeks ago, it was the bond market. Maybe this time it was the retailers. 1 week it's Jamie Dimon. Next week it's something else. It's good to know that he is reactive and responsive to these pressures. But that's a reminder that everything coming out of these policies is pretty much bad. Especially the yelling at the Fed. Nothing good comes out of that for anyone. And so there's just, everyone has a motive to try to talk him out of it. And sometimes he listens, sometimes he doesn't.
It's interesting you bring up Powell. Do you think that the assurances he's given around Powell's job is enough? Or is there always the concern that he could turn back on it again and be angry with Powell again and call for his removal?
Look, I think the words he used was for now. So I'm not sure, but, Powell's term ends in May of next year. I'd love to see him reappointed. Sadly, that's not going to happen. And it is obviously a legitimate choice for the president to choose and nominate someone else and see them through the Senate. So I hope his people can convince him, just wait a year and you can solve this so-called problem.
And finally, and you've kind of already alluded to this, but given all the uncertainty and Trump's mercurial nature, what if he does end up getting some sort of concessions from his trading partners? Will those disruptions be worth it? Is there a big enough win to go through all the pain that we've seen in the economy over the past couple of months?
No. Most of these countries have pretty minimal barriers to American exports. So Vietnam could lower its tariffs all the way to zero, and it would help our economy by 0.0001% or something like that. So causing known certain damage for concessions that would help our exports a tiny bit to a few countries around the world, there would have been a much easier way to get to that outcome. It's just not worth this pain.
Okay, and so, and a lot of uncertainty still.
pressuring Ukraine and Russia to end their years-long war. If the two sides aren't able to make a deal soon, the administration is threatening to walk away from ceasefire talks. U.S. officials already pulled out of a planned meeting in London today after Ukraine signaled it wasn't on board with certain concessions. Specifically, Ukraine is against the proposal to concede Crimea to Russia. Plans are now in the works at the White House to women and families a bonus to give women and families a bonus to have children. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff has the list of proposals.
The Trump administration is working on ways to inspire the next baby boom.
Nothing will top the Joe Biden egg roll where the kid starts crying
Earlier
and he
this
goes
week,
out there to show the baby how to do it.
Proposals from the White House, including giving every American mother a baby bonus of $5,000 after delivery and reserving 30% of scholarships for the Fulbright program for applicants who are married or have children. Trump indicated his support from the Oval Office.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
These plans align with a push from the right to bring back family values and combat the falling fertility rate, which has been dropping since 2008.
Let me say very simply, I want more babies in the United States of America. It is the task of our government to make it easier for young moms and dads to afford to have kids, to bring them into the world. And
I doubt you'll actually do policies that do this, though.
This is worrying because it's like, well, you know, if something doesn't happen, you know, humanity is going to disappear. So it's, I think, very important to have kids.
But many say $5,000 would barely make a dent in the cost of raising a child.
Some estimates put the average cost of raising a child in America at $23,000. By the time that child is 18, that's $414,000, not accounting for inflation or the cost of college tuition.
As of 2024, the U.S. ranks 145 out of 228 countries in birth rate. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Hi there, and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles in Washington, where we begin with breaking news. As stocks rose for a second straight day.
Vice President J.D. Vance gives Russia and Ukraine an ultimatum on peace negotiations. I'm national correspondent Kayla Gaskins in Washington with where these ceasefire talks currently stand. High-level talks to bring the war in Ukraine to an end fell apart Wednesday after Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff opted not to attend the London meetings. Patience running thin from Vice President J.D. Vance, who spoke to reporters in India.
We've issued a very explicit proposal to both the Russians
You
and
killed the
Ukrainians,
Pope!
And it's time for them to either say yes or for the United States to walk away from this process.
The London
Is this
talks
democracy?
stalled after Zelensky pushed back on a part of the U.S. plan that included Washington recognizing Crimea as part of Russia. On Wednesday, Zelensky called the deal absolutely reasonable and possible, but only if Russia agrees and stops the killing. That didn't stop Trump from blaming Zelensky for the negotiation stalemate, saying his comments do nothing but prolong the killing field. The U.S. presented what it calls Trump's final offer to both sides last week. The terms would require major concessions on both sides.
But we want the killing to stop, and the only way to really stop the killing is for the armies to both put down their weapons.
Under the latest U.S. proposal, Russia would get U.S. recognition of their control of Crimea, recognition of Russian occupation of other key regions, a promise Ukraine will not join NATO, lifting of sanctions, and improved economic relationships with the U.S. Ukraine would get a robust security guarantee and European-led peacekeeping forces, the return of some land, access to a key river, and compensation and assistance for rebuilding. The plan was drawn up after a 4-hour meeting last week between Putin and Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff. Putin indicating an openness to dealing directly with Zelensky, telling reporters on Monday, "We need to sort this out, maybe even bilaterally." Trump's final offer also reportedly references a U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal, which Trump has said will be signed this Thursday. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
That clip of Hegseth was so unconvincing. He's like shouting at a C-SPAN camera. He's pointing to his own children, kind of like using them as a...
Okay. What else did I got? I don't know who that is. I have a meltdown.
Put on the badass chick.
This one?
I'm finding. Here's the
No.
Brittany Zinkworth run now.
Why even have me
No.
up?
Oh. I don't know what a channel is.
It's on there. I put it on this.
Israel has been profoundly shaped by conflict and questions of security. Having fought numerous wars against its Arab neighbours, many of which continue to reject its right to exist, it's faced international criticism for its occupation of the Palestinian territories. All this has come to a head with the war in Gaza. But what has all this done to the country as a whole, and how do ordinary Israelis see the situation? To discuss all this, I'm delighted to be joined by Dr. Dalia Scheindlin, a political analyst and leading authority on Israeli public opinion. So, hi Dalia, thanks so much for joining us to talk about this. So I think maybe the best place to start with is to have a little bit of an overview of Israeli society, sort of political opinion in Israeli society, the different trends, for example, maybe left-right splits. What are the main elements that outsiders really should know about Israel?
Thank you, James, for having me on the show. It's a great opening question. I'm a big believer in understanding Israeli society at the political level through the left-right division, because as a public opinion researcher, I find that the self-identification that people use for themselves to characterize themselves as left, right, or center is very meaningful. It's a very sensitive barometer of where they fall out on the key issues. But let me give you a little bit of background about the population itself, which I think is kind of the starting point for understanding those attitudes. The first and deepest division in Israeli society is between Jewish and Arab or Palestinian citizens of Israel. It's worth remembering because very often, too often, when people talk about Israelis, what they really mean are Jewish Israelis who represent about 73% of the population. They are the majority.
Oh my God.
Palestinian or Arab citizens are...
Okay, so I was just going through my emails on the 5th gen, writing up those emails, and I saw a thing from the University of Pennsylvania, some non-profit, and they said, do this thing, and we'll give you some feedback. So I did it. And it came back with, because it gave us 8 episodes of the show. And I answered the questions, filled it out, and it just asked about race, basically. And at the end, it gives some recommendations of people that we should contact. So that's kind of interesting. And I looked through the list. CEO, founder, an educator, JP Morgan, founder, president, vice president. Like, it's just all corporate.
For what?
This University of Pennsylvania thing, it says, curated list contain expert guests who can help you increase your show's representation of female voices, underrepresented minority voices, entrepreneurs, business leaders, international voices, media professionals, authors, and writers. And, like...
It's just a thing to take your data.
Must be. But it's about the guests. But it's the University of Pennsylvania. So, I don't know. But, like, these recommendations are something.
Are about 20 or 21% of all Israelis. Not all of them are full citizens. 250,000 of them are permanent residents, which is important because they don't have the right to vote in national elections. Those are people who live in East Jerusalem. And the reason those populations are important is because they hold diametrically opposed views on everything to do with the conflict, and particularly with relation to this war.
Guess what name I found in the media professionals?
What?
Dylan Mulvaney.
I mean, I'm sure we'll get plenty of female viewers and shit if we... But these people, like, even the corporations, like, why do they have time for something as small as us?
Yeah, exactly. Like, why would they even bother?
Although I should say that Jews and Arabs alike in Israel were, completely and categorically opposed to what happened on October 7th and opposed to Hamas's actions, and there was absolutely no sense of support for anything that
No
Hamas
way.
did on October 7th among the Arab.
Writers and authors? Like 6th on the list. Marianne Williamson. Absolutely fucking amazing.
Community. In fact, their leaders came out very early and opposed it. So that is, kind of across the board. But in terms of everything that's happened in the war since then, it's a very clear division. The vast majority of the Jewish Israeli population thought that everything Israel was doing was justified, thought that the amount of force Israel was using was justified, thought that the casualties on the Palestinian side were justified, all because in their perspective, Hamas started the war, whereas across the board, Arab and Palestinian citizens of Israel would have wanted the war to end, would have wanted a ceasefire, thought the level of force and casualties was not justified, and on every other measure you can think of, these two sides are deeply divided. And that's generally how we see the dynamics playing out in the long term with relation to the conflict. So I could go into that in greater depth. Palestinian citizens are much more supportive of a two-state solution over the years, etc. However, there are also significant divisions within the Jewish Israeli population, okay? And those are very long-term divisions. They're partly based on demographics, but the reason I was happy you asked about left, right, and center is because ultimately, even if there are demographic divisions, people do have choice over their attitudes. And so the demography is part of it. And the biggest demographic divide that should be noted from the start when it comes to explaining political differences is how religious they are in their Jewish belief. So the secular Jewish population, which is over 40%, 43 or 44% of the Jewish population, holds the majority of them, about 60% of them, hold what Israelis view as left or centrist views.
But you're like not even on camera, and it's killing the viewers.
And when I say center, left, and right, in Israel, that is primarily defined around issues of the conflict, or Jewish identity and the nature of Zionism, and Jewish Arab identity in Israel. But it's not about socioeconomic factors. It's not about economic policy. It's not about big or small government. It's not even about immigration. It's about issues related to the conflict. Two-state solution, yes or no. Settlements, yes or no, etc. And those are the most deeply divisive aspects within the Jewish community between those who
I really
consider
don't care about
themselves
this
left,
interview.
right, or
It's
center.
boring.
So if the secular population is leaning more towards attitudes that are identified with center and left, I should say, because it's more.
It's a huge interview. Okay. Let's go.
Worried about my future in this country, like genuinely. Not because I'm scared of Pete Hegseth. Well, I am scared of Pete Hegseth, but that's not why I'm scared about my future in this country. I'm scared because I'm very competent and I'm smart, and my mommy said I have a bright future ahead of me. And it seems like the only people that get into positions of power are those who are incompetent and stupid and ugly. I always ask Grok to generate me funny pictures of politicians, and for some reason it just didn't want to do this one. It also wouldn't give me an audio file of a Republican saying retarded, so I had to go find it myself. And of course, the recorded place where Donald Trump said was, I need to stop. And of course, it had already been taken down by, I don't know, whatever lawsuit in 2018. Wonder what that was from. I had to go to an archive post, but don't worry, you can still hear it.
I know I was criticized in one magazine where the writer was he said, Donald Trump put up $7 million. They
Can you please get that as a soundbite? And get him and string it together and make it say that is retarded. That'll be fantastic.
That's my president. Please don't get mad at me in my comments, okay? We need to lighten up. That's why I got this soundboard. I'm trying to bring some joy and
she's
some
just like me for
into
real.
this political sphere.
She's
I have
just
so
like
many
me
buttons
for real,
that are
bro.
free. This one's a beep. This one's a buzzer. This one's a fun little jingle. I think I'm gonna make that my intro.
Wow, that's a serious
We gotta have a DJ
soundboard.
air horn. Finally.
retarded.
Thank you. I have 11 more buttons left. Okay. Drop suggestions in the comments down below. What
Up your
crazy
game.
Republican catchphrases do you want to see
She's
on
literally
this
only been
soundboard?
making videos
On
for a few
Easter
months, and she's
Sunday, John
already
Elliott, former chief Pentagon spokesman and
11,000
led the
subscribers.
National
Like in a year
Security
from now, she's
Council,
gonna be huge.
resigned
Yeah.
from the Pentagon and now uploaded this op-ed, wrote this op-ed to Politico. It's been months of total chaos at the Pentagon, from leaks of sensitive operation plans to mass firings. The dysfunction is now a major distraction for the president, who deserves better from his leadership. President Donald Trump has a strong record of holding his top officials to account. Given that, it's hard to see Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth remaining in his role for much longer. The latest flashpoint is a near collapse inside the Pentagon's top ranks. On Friday, Hegseth fired 3 of his most loyal senior staffers: Senior Advisor Dan Cadwell, Deputy Chief of the Staff Darren Selnick, and Colin Carroll, Chief of Staff to the Deputy Secretary of Defense. Deputy Secretary of Defense. In the aftermath, Defense Department officials working for Hegseth tried to smear the aides anonymously to reporters, claiming they were fired for leaking sensitive information as part of an investigation ordered earlier this month. Yet, none of this was true. While the department said that it would conduct polygraph tests as part of the probe, not one of the 3 has been given a lie detector test. In fact, at least one of them has told former colleagues that investigators advised him he was about to be cleared of any official wrongdoing. Unfortunately, Hegseth's team has developed a habit of spreading flat-out, easily debunked falsehoods anonymously about their colleagues on the way out the door. On Friday, Politico reported that Hegseth's chief of staff, Joe Casper, was leaving his role. Casper had requested the investigation into the Pentagon leaks, which reportedly included military operational plans for the Panama Canal. Hang on, what the fuck? Did I miss this the first time I read this? I'm gonna make another video on this. Hegseth is now presiding over a strange and baffling purge that will leave him without his 2 closest advisors for over a decade, and without chief of staffs for him and his deputy. More firings may be coming, according to rumors. In short, the building is in disarray under Hegseth's leadership. I'm not gonna lie, this kind of reads like a hit piece. I don't know how much I trust it. Coming from this guy, I think I'm also just in denial. Like, part of me just wants to believe that this is all an intentional media stunt, because it's kind of, we're gonna get into the leak in a second, but it's just interesting how it's a leak for the same group chat. Like, they didn't leak another one. Like, it's the same one, but it didn't come out last time when Signalgate first happened. It's coming out now for some interesting, weird reason. This is John Elliott, okay? And the fact that he's the one that wrote this op-ed exposing Pete Hegseth or whatever doesn't make him less of a shitty person. It's like when Mike Pence refused to certify the electorates, the fake electorates. It's like, yeah, that's your job. That's what you're supposed to do. I'm not gonna sit here and clap and say, yay, you're so brave for doing your job.
You see how she like looks at the camera the whole time and it makes her video better?
This guy didn't even do his job for the sake of his job.
Do you look at the camera the whole time?
Because he got mad that Donald Trump,
I'm looking at the screen the whole time, yes.
This was an exclusive that he
my face is off the screen for
I'm
4 hours straight.
Do you want to email
I don't give a fuck what you're doing.
The reason why I'm emphasizing the fact that it was for Politico is because John Elliott.
I only care if you're doing the job that you're supposed to be doing right now.
Yeah, I am. I'm emailing her like you fucking
That's
wanted me
not your
to.
job right now. Your job is to make content.
The Department of Defense's press
Not
room
email.
and workspaces took Politico out of there and replaced it with fucking Breitbart.
Like,
He
anytime
signed
I look
the
at you,
memo
you're
that
never
took away
looking at the
Defense
screen.
Department's workspaces of numerous longstanding media outlets, including Politico, and reassigned them to conservative outlets such as Breitbart and One America News. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because why the fuck did you give an exclusive to a news network that you think is so bad that they're not worthy of being in the Defense Department? Is it because they actually are doing good, hard-breaking, factual, not fake news, so you feel like it's trustworthy to go to them to publish your op-ed? It's just so, like, why didn't you go to Breitbart? You didn't go to Breitbart because you know that they wouldn't publish it because it goes against the administration, because you know it's a propaganda machine. This is a confession. Jumping back to the op-ed here, this guy was like a close friend of Pete Hegseth. We accomplished a lot together. I wrote this other op-ed for him. He invited me to stand up and lead. Like, my initial thought was, there's something fishy about this. There's something fishy about the fact that this was the same Yemen leak and the fact that this guy was so close to... But then I remembered that Pete Hegseth is an alcoholic. So most likely everyone that's really close to him in his life hates him. I know that from personal experience. He's most likely being blamed for almost everything going wrong in their lives. And he's most likely very insecure about it because he does fundamentally know that he has an issue and that it is his fault and that he can't do anything about it. So he's probably really frustrated about that. And so this is what I think happened. Tell me if I'm off base here, okay? I think Pete Hegseth, alcoholic that he is, weekend Fox News host, kicked out of his prior veterans agency due to sketchy financial reasons, cheated on his wife, says that he hates all Muslims, accused of domestic violence and sexual misconduct. This guy was a loser, okay? And for once in his life, he got a big boy job, and he got a pat on the back, and he said, we believe in you. And he scraped past that Senate confirmation with a 50-50 vote, but he did it. And he was so proud of himself that the first time he got a big boy job, his first military operation, he was like, you know, just this one, I just have to tell everyone about it. I have to prove to my wife and to my brother that they were wrong about me. So I have to add them to a group chat of all of my classified information just so that they can truly see how important this job is. I didn't just get it because I'm a puppet and because Trump likes me and because I'm a puppet that repeats whatever Trump wants and I don't know anything, okay? I got it because I'm cool, because I have a cool tattoo, and I know a lot about guns. I think that's exactly what's going on with Pete Hegseth brain. Thank you. This is how I know what's going on, okay? He gets confronted by C-SPAN, or by some news network over here, right?
You know, what a big surprise that a few leakers get fired and suddenly a bunch of hit pieces come out from the same media that peddled the Russia hoax.
He spent the whole night yelling.
They got Pulitzers for a bunch of lies.
Outraged by all the shit that was going on because he can barely talk here.
I don't...
It's not just drinking. Like, you can tell his voice is blown out from yelling. So he must have been up all night drinking and yelling at the wall.
Probably.
But someone over here just said, children, line up in the back and smile. Someone just commanded them to do that.
And time again. And as they peddle those lies, no one ever calls them on it. See, this is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not going to work with me, because we're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back in the hands of warfighters.
He's literally doing the fucking cringe girl face. He's literally doing a
No matter what
Wojak.
Daddy says, just keep on smiling, sweetie. Just keep on smiling. Don't worry about what Daddy's saying.
Employees on old news, doesn't matter. So I'm happy to be here at the Easter egg roll with my dad and my kids, because, you know, this is what
You're not smiling.
we're doing it for. These kids right here. This is why we're fighting the fake news.
Look, he mentioned your name. Smile. He loves you. This guy probably hasn't gotten hugged in years, if ever.
Media. This is why we're fighting
Probably
slash and
because he
burn
smells.
Democrats. This is why we're fighting
because he has to cover the booze with all the cologne.
This group right here.
You
Full
know?
hopesters that peddle anonymous
There's
sources
these guys,
from
they just did a
leakers with
video where they
You know, now that I'm
went to a cologne conference, like a scent conference, and they dressed up as influencers and made an Instagram page and everything ahead of time. And then they sprayed fart spray on their cologne inserts and were having perfume experts smell it to see what they thought of it.
And let me guess, it was like the wine experts where they just start talking out their ass?
No, by the end of it, the guys start feeling bad about the prank. Because they meet so many, like, genuine and nice people.
That's the point of the prank.
And, like, the one of the last guys they go to literally gives him a gift set just for stopping to talk to him.
Funny.
And the guy was like, he made this point that stuck with me, but he was like, I think smell should be recognized as an art form. Like, you appeal to every other sense, and that's art. But with smell, it's never considered something that's an art form.
Well, maybe because it's an animal byproduct. Was an animal byproduct.
What?
Perfumes.
Oh, no, I'm talking about smell in general, though. Like, he's talking about how he approaches perfume in, like, an artistic manner.
I mean, of course they would. It's their entire life, right?
Yeah,
Look how
so
you
that's
describe
just
film.
like, so if they start feeling bad because the guy really actually, he's not just some like posh idiot. He like really cares about the product and the industry and like sees it as an art form. And so the guys start feeling bad about coming in to troll these people.
Oh, I mean, some people is probably good.
Like they didn't get you could tell they didn't get the video they set out to get.
Yeah, and arguably that's better.
Thinking about it, they're probably really scared because they probably believe him. Like, if you're growing up in that environment, you probably do think that the media is just like out to get you as a child. Like, you probably literally think that every time that you're going out in public, you have all these cameras in your face, that they're all just like plotting on your downfall, if that's all that you hear your parents talking about. This is honestly really sad coming from the party of family values. Like, this is supposed to be the conservative family.
It's
We
the
want the
natalist
nuclear
party.
family. We love our children. This guy's got 5 kids and they all look fucking terrified of him. Like, absolutely terrified. And obviously one video is not indicative of like their entire relationship, but you can tell patterns. Okay, when you have
PD
multiple accusations of misconduct and multiple accusations of alcoholism, multiple accusations of drunkenness and drunken misconduct and drunken violence and multiple, like, is it that hard to believe that he's a shit father? Who knows? Anyways, going back to him being a shit Secretary of Defense, Secretary Pete Hegseth shared detailed information about forthcoming strikes in Yemen on March 15th in a private Signal group chat that included his wife, brother, and personal lawyer. According to 4 people
This isn't her best video.
with knowledge
All
of
the
the
other
chat.
ones I
Some of the
watched so
information
far
that
were
Mr.
better.
Hegseth shared included the flight schedules for the FA-18
I think
Hornets
when she's just
targeting
talking shit
the
about
Houthis
stuff,
in Yemen.
much
When
better
Donald
than her
Trump
trying to
gets
do an article
asked
breakdown.
about the Signal chat, he says like to the reporter, like, if you want to
You know
think
what
it's
I mean?
a failure, you know, ask the Houthis. Can you pronounce it Houthis?
Ask the Houthis.
If I gave you $5,000 to have a baby, would you do it? No? $5,000 cash right now, like right after you give birth. You wouldn't go through all that pain and through all that labor and through all that work and inconvenience of being pregnant for 9 months. And also the whole life of the child because you're gonna have a child. You wouldn't do that for $5,000? What about $6,000? Wait, no, I can't do $6,000 because actually that would just be the child tax credit that Kamala Harris wanted to do, and I can't fucking do that. Are you kidding me? No. That would just completely destroy the economy. Donald Trump is currently trying to
right there,
fix the
she
birth
wasn't
rate,
reading
the
an
declining
article.
birth
She
rate
was
in
just
America,
talking
something
shit,
that
and that's
no one,
really where she excels.
not just no one in America, no one anywhere in any history ever has been able, no country, no like empire, no like civilization or whatever, has ever been able to recover from the declining birth rate. And the only reason why I know that is because conservatives bitch about it so much because they're pro-natalist freaks. But Donald Trump thinks that he can do it by giving $5,000 to women in cash after they're born. But before I even like acknowledge just how absolutely stupid that is, I want to remind everyone that this is what we voted for. And
open.
by we, I mean you guys. I didn't do this. I didn't
Like,
do
'cause
any
she
of
has
this.
like the
But if we
talent and
remember,
stuff,
Donald
but she-
Trump was
like,
actually
she-
asked very
her
specifically.
microphone is
you know,
way too open, so you hear all the mouth movement and lip smacking and stuff. You know, and that's the only thing I felt is that like, man, her audio needs some work. But like seriously, like if you look, she's only been making videos on YouTube for 4 months or so.
Good eye.
Do you think that you'd be able to make it affordable to have a child in America? Because if you ask most people why they don't want kids, it has something to do with finances. It has something to do with I can't afford kids and my career. I need to do my career and I won't have time for kids because I need to make money to do my career, and so I won't have time for some way, somehow. It kind of just, I feel like if we all had more money, we would all have more children, like it was back in like the 1930s or whatever. Anyways, this is Donald Trump.
If you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And if so, what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
Well, I would do that, and we're sitting down,
See
you know,
what
I was...
happened here? Hear how loud this is? Right? So because of how loud this is and how it's not balanced to the rest of her video, it's when it goes through YouTube, it's going to hit the default loudness that it will go to for this video and make the entire rest of the video quieter.
Okay.
And now this is like fuck off loud compared to the rest of her video.
Somebody, we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. Childcare is childcare. There's something, you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by taxing foreign nations at levels that they're not used to, but they'll get used to it very quickly. And it's not going to stop them from doing business with us, but they'll have a substantial tax when they send...
See, that's louder. Because that's a
I'll have the
default
phone with
sound
my
that's
son.
built into the default loudness of the soundboard. But like her retarded soundbite, she can hit it if she's not talking and there's nothing playing. But, look at how many times we have to fucking go back and remaster ours to make them even louder and blow them out even more.
Board. I need better sounds.
By the way,
though.
there is,
Leave me comments
I
on
believe,
below
new
what
ones on
sounds I
there.
should do.
Well,
This
remasters.
man just said that he's gonna pay for all of the childcare for everyone. He's gonna make childcare so affordable with his tariffs, with the tariffs that he actually revoked after imposing them, watching our treasury yields fall to shit, watching the entire world just agree that they're going to reorganize itself around the United States economy so that they don't need it anymore. 2/3 of America sees this as an enemy now instead of an ally. Sorry, Canada. 2/3 of Canada sees this as an enemy now instead of as an ally. Fucking bonkers. He revoked the tariffs. There are no tariffs, so how are we paying for the kids? Well, I'm glad you asked. With baby bonuses and with menstrual cycle classes. The White House has been hearing a chorus of ideas in recent weeks for persuading Americans to get married and have more children, an early sign that the Trump administration will embrace a new cultural agenda pushed by many of its allies on the right to reverse declining birth rates and push conservative family values. Why does it have to be conservative family values? Do liberals not have families? Can liberals not have families? Why does it have to be conservative family values? Just confused, because the conservative indicates that there's some type of normalcy in it. Everything about this is so unnormal. Everything about this administration is so unnormal. Everything about what Donald Trump and the conservatives do is so abnormal and so not family values, not family value oriented. I hate to be this cliche, but Donald Trump had little kids in cages. And that's not an exaggeration.
Senator Obama.
These kids were in an already traumatic situation, and he made it so much more traumatic for them by ripping them away from their families.
His policy was
and
the
putting
worst.
them in cages. Not only that, but he also has repeatedly threatened to take away Head Start, which is like one of the most
I love that she fucking
important
threw in that
things
Kamala tax
for
credit
a
thing.
First-time
Because it's
parent
funny, because I think
is
she's
being able to
19,
enroll their child in school,
right?
And especially when you have multiple kids,
So
being
she
able to get them in
literally
school
probably,
as fast as possible.
because like I
not just because
imagine
it's important for them to be
you
learning
come up
like
a
those
little
social
bit more politically engaged if you turn 18 and it's your first election that year.
Sure.
I imagine there's more likely to make you extremely politically engaged if your first election falls around when you actually like turn 18 and become eligible to vote. So I bet like she probably turned 18 right around when the election was happening and was like got really, really, really fucking politically engaged around it. Cause like the other TikTok kids that's out there, like the one who was doing his daily quests.
Yes.
Like that kid, like there's a whole group of them that were like photographed together that the conservatives would always try to make fun of. And they're like literally 5 blonde kids, right? Like all those kids are just like a new version of Pod Save America, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
they might
basically
be really good at like one of them did a versus or whatever it is on the fucking thing where they Jubilee, the versus series where they debate 30 conservatives.
Yeah.
Like one of those little blonde kids did that and he did really well in it and fucking like owned all of them because he made sure to frame his like questions around like absolute like political facts and logic. And so there's a lot of moments of him like burning them. but they're also like so predictable. Like they stay on that liberal line and party line of the Democrats. Like, I feel like what's the fucking take your guns kid that the Alabama guy was crying about? David Hogg, right? I feel like David Hogg is far more radical than those TikTok blonde kids.
Yeah.
Like David Hogg is less establishment, I feel.
No.
Than those TikTok kids? I don't think you know the TikTok kids I'm talking about.
Probably not. But, I mean, if maybe not establishment, but an establishment. Like a different level.
Yeah, but I think what I'm saying is that he's not just contributing to a party line.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Like,
I also...
the K-Hive kids. It's what these kids are.
So I looked up when the election closest to when I turned 18 was. And because I'm at the end of the year...
Yeah, you're an Australian.
It's
not comparable.
It's an interesting theory, though, right? So I looked it up, and I was like, well, that's kind of interesting. Because my birthday is late in the year. And then the closest election after that was in my first year of uni. So that's kind of interesting. And I do explicitly remember being really turned off the Greens because of just how ridiculous they were with their advertising. And I've always thought that it's like they're a Green Party, but they have all this wasteful paper that they keep putting around that's full of ink. It's like, what are you doing? Do something more. And then it's like, never like the Greens. But at the end of the day, it's probably, they align with probably what I believe the most. So it's kind of interesting. So I wonder how, if that theory would track in other countries, whether people who are heavily politically engaged had elections on the year that they turned 18.
I'm just saying that this girl specifically is like very good, like natural raw talent. Because just specifically her pulling out the Kamala tax credit thing just to have a joke. You know?
Yeah. That's a fair statement to make.
Skills with other kids at a young age just to develop, but because it takes a load off of them, because maybe you could start working against once your kid is in school, maybe you could take on extra shifts, maybe you have more time to yourself, whatever. Once your kids are in school and you don't have to worry about like that breakfast lunch anymore, you don't have to worry about the nanny that you're paying anymore. It's so
oh my god, girl, your mic
to have a child. Why would you not want kids to be able to start
it's
at 30?
so bad.
I don't know, that's such a fucking brain dead, like stupid thing. I started when I was 3 years old. It's just so crazy to me that people think that that's a bad thing. And it doesn't even cost that much fucking money. Not just
so
that.
Her mic is like...
Not just that, okay? Because that's just threat.
Her mic is like this. It's completely open.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
It's probably also a better quality microphone.
No, it's this one. I've seen it in the shots. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's the most common, like it's the most common mic for this YouTube. Mainly because it
overkilled it.
Maybe it just it's a pretty hard to fuck up microphone, and as long as you semi know what you're doing.
Gotcha. Because like
my
boom arm is pretty good. Like that's me hitting.
Oh, mine's a piece of shit, but. The thing is like, it makes it so it's not, mine's not a noise dampener. Mine's put it in front of my face arm.
Yeah.
Like, it's not for dampening. It's just for having it in the position.
I went out of my way to find this thing. I wanted this one specifically.
A $40 thing on
this one
Amazon.
Was $200.
I know where not to touch, you know?
That's fair. I move it around a lot.
I can't touch the top level of... Yeah. I know I can actually sit still.
Yeah, great. Well, I move it around a lot.
It's the Catholic school. They would just beat you the whole time.
Maybe.
Just kidding. I was such a disruption in Catholic school because you're supposed to stay quiet all day. Elementary school is so fucked up, bro. Like, I was a lot better in middle school. I actually became like more of a quiet kid in middle school and shit because you go out in the hallway and can socialize, and then you just have to be quiet for a class, and then you go out in the hallway again. And like the principals would be like, what can we do to make it so you're less disruptive? You know, it's like, you can't. You're fucking trying to get a kid to sit and just be quiet for 6 hours. Like,
That's
you
not gonna
need
happen.
fucking crazy.
That's why they smack him. Fear.
He hasn't actually done it yet. What he has done is put a federal funding freeze at the very beginning of his term that paused all foster services, all adoption agencies, all IVF clinics and whatever, all social service programs, CPS, all women and protection and infant child protection service. Like, he paused funding for all of that. And for SNAPs, that helps save, I don't even know how many kids out of like child hunger and starvation. We're such a rich country. Why the fuck do we have to why should we have to think about kids starving? Do you understand how fucking... I'm getting a little heated. Sorry. Okay, enough with the pathos.
That's where you're the best, though.
Here are some numbers on how Donald Trump hates women and children. How tariffs could affect baby formula, diapers, and other essentials. As global markets attempt to make sense of the economic turmoil, so do consumers, including parents who already spend more than $29,000 a year per child. And that's before the tariffs. The Juvenile Products Manufacturing Association, a non-profit trade organization representing 95% of the prenatal to preschool industry, sent a letter to the Trump administration in late February asking that all juvenile
I'm so over
products
the word natal.
be explicitly excluded from the tariffs on Chinese imports.
I don't
The
want
results
to
can
hear
be
that word
devastating when
anymore,
American
you know what I
families are
mean?
forced to rely on secondhand or older
It's a fun
products
word.
that do not meet the current safety standards. Now, if you don't have a child, or you haven't had a baby for a while, or you're not super experienced with babies, I know, look at me, a 19-year-old, so super experienced, but I am, genuinely, because I have a lot of the baby siblings. I'm one of 6, and I'm the oldest. So every baby got a new car seat. Not because, well, except for like the ones that were like back to back, like 2 to 1. But it wasn't because like we didn't have the other car seat, or because we were like balling out that we could afford to get a new car seat. It's because there's safety updates with the car seats. They get more safety features. They get safer to put in. They get easier. They get more convenient. They get whatever. And you want to make sure that your baby is always being the safest, that you're not going to kill them in a car crash. As a parent, you want to do that, and you need to do that for your child. Look at how expensive a car seat is. This is honestly a pretty cheap car seat, like as far as car seats go. It's not like super cheap, but this is like a pretty reasonable priced car seat, $150. If you put a 125% tariff on this, that's gonna be like over $330 plus tax. That's fucking crazy. Insane. For like a cheap, like this isn't even that good of a car seat. Okay, now compare that to this $50 car seat right now with a 125% tariff. It would be, why am I so stupid? 112? Yeah, I think so. After a tariff, it would be 112. After tax, this cheap,
I'm not doing
shitty,
no math.
unsafe, probably rickety. I'm not saying it's gonna kill your baby. I'm just saying it's probably not the best, highest quality. It's probably going to break, and it's probably not going to last you, which is one of the reasons why it's so difficult to stop being poor in America, is because everything that you're forced to buy, because you don't have enough money to buy high quality things, you're forced to buy so many times over again. This would cost the same thing as this. And this shitty, it's not shitty, this is like a solid car seat, but not the best car seat, right? Like, at that point, you would just start comparing it with like these fancy fucking designer shits. Like, this turns into a stroller and a car seat. It like converts like super
That's
easy.
great.
It's like, See, everything gets, and then this is gonna be like almost $2,000. Everything's
What a great
just
idea.
exponentially. And that's just with car seats, okay? Now do that with car seats, with pacifiers, with bottles, with bottle cleaners, with bottle sanitizers, with nursing things, with the baby
makes a good
formula,
point.
with diapers, with toys. Do you know how many toys babies need? Like, that's not even like babies need toys or like
Give them
sensory
an
things.
iPad.
It's so, I think like 90% of American toys come from China. Because why the fuck are we gonna spend our time making cheap ass toys? Like, for a baby that's just gonna break it. It's worth it for the baby, but not worth it for America to make it. But no, that's where Donald Trump wants us heading. He wants us to be doing little screws on little iPhones, and also to be having our children in Florida now, due to the new labor laws, working till 9 p.m. Sewing and making their own toys for Christmas. Okay, going back to how Donald Trump is going to single-handedly do what no one has ever done before and reverse America's declining birth rate. One proposal was reserving 30% of scholarships for the birthright program, the prestigious government-backed international fellowship, for applicants who are married or have children. What the fuck does that do for anyone real? What percentage of the American population, first of all, even knows that this exists? Because I didn't. Second of all, would qualify to apply for that. And third of all, gives a shit about the fact that this scholarship, who's gonna have children because this scholarship is going to be saved for them? What the fuck? It doesn't make any sense. Another would be to just give $5,000 cash as a baby bonus to every American mother after delivery. You know, I have this crazy memory. I could be wrong. I have this crazy memory of a black, wonderful South Asian lawyer, prosecutor, strong, fearless woman actually campaigning on the fact that she wanted to give not $5,000 but $6,000 to every American mother after having a baby via a tax credit. Why would you give someone $5,000 in just cash when you could have them do it as a tax write-off? A tax credit, by the way, would make a lot more sense to implement than just giving $5,000 cash, because first of all, way easier to do, because then you get people that forget to claim it on their taxes, so you don't even have to pay it out to people that don't need it. Second of all, the people that do need it probably shouldn't have to pay taxes on that. A third program calls on the government to fund programs that educate women on their menstrual cycles so they can better understand when they're ovulating and able to conceive. Listen, from the amount of people that tell me they're trying to have kids, I don't think that knowing when you're going to have kids or when you're ovulating directly correlates to just having more children. You also have to want children to go to a program that's gonna educate you on how to get pregnant to have children. How are you doing anything to fix the fact that a lot of my generation doesn't want to have children? I'm not one of them, not me. Stay safe. But there's so many. And that's fine. Not everyone is meant to be a parent, and I firmly believe that. Not everyone is meant to have children. Some people are genuinely selfish, and sorry, that was mean. That was really mean. I'm sorry. A lot of my generation doesn't want to have kids, and as I already said, a lot of those reasons tie to financial reasons, but also just like cultural reasons. Some people just don't feel the need to devote every entire being of themselves to being a parent, and for some reason that's the way that most of America thinks that being a parent is. It's like, once you're a parent, that's it. You're not allowed to have any other life. You're not allowed to do anything else. You have to be a parent. If you're a woman, holy shit, forget about it. You have to forget everything any ambitions that you have, any type of selfish actions that you may want for yourself. Fuck that. You have to give it up for your kids, okay? what are we doing? What are we doing to alleviate that tension? Because that's definitely not the case with children. You really are only super there for like the first like 6 years, and then they're pretty much in school for most of the time, and that's home and locked up in their room being an angsty teen. So then that's basically it. Then they move out. I'm just kidding. I still live with my parents. In fact, there's this
She's
whole
already
new
out of her parents'
trending.
house at 19.
It's not really that
That's
new anymore.
fucking
It's actually kind of dying
crazy.
out right
She
now. I'm
still
really
lives
late
with
to
her
this.
parents.
But the whole
Oh, I
trad
thought you
wife
said I
thing, the
used to.
whole Nara Smith on TikTok and Ashley St. Clair and Elon Musk and that whole weird fiasco. He wants to have a legion of babies to get to Mars. Right. So, going back to what I said at the beginning of the video, the idea that we need to go back to conservative, moral family values is just such a contradiction, because there's nothing conservative about a legion of babies and about informing women on their menstrual cycles to have children. That's so weird. That's so weird. The idea that this is the party of family values is just so fucking comedic to me. Elon Musk doesn't, I bet you this guy, like, oh my god, the weird things that he does, his weird obsession with spreading his seed, like what the
I do.
I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm sorry, Taylor. We tried to give
Go
you
to
an out.
get past the intro.
Well, probably
Go
not
to the meat.
involving you. And I was pretty aghast at the tone that you took in relation to Luigi Mangione, because as I pointed out on X, the guy is an effing cold-blooded killer. Somebody who executed somebody who's a father of two,
Can't wait.
a business executive, and deserves nothing but public opprobrium and to be despised for what he did, notwithstanding any arguments about the current state of healthcare. So here's your chance to explain why you seem to be swooning over the guy.
Well, I think you would have to, take my comments completely out of context to say that I'm swooning over someone. If you watch the full clip and not just the part that you showed, you would see that I'm talking about the women that are standing outside Luigi's jail, showing up at court.
This is
unfortunately, here's I have
for her
bad news
clip.
for you about
Again,
America,
she's
which is
getting
that
this.
we have a culture that lionizes killers, and we give them Netflix shows, right? There's fangirls for Charles Manson, Jeffrey Dahmer, countless murderers, school shooters receive fandom and fan mail. Gypsy Rose Blanchard, who killed her mother, is a woman who received that. So, the idea that there are these cults of fandoms around
bold thing to say,
killers is not
Gypsy
something new in
specifically
America.
killed her
And what I was
mom.
describing in that clip is basically the projection that these women are sort of placing on him, and how a lot of these women that do show up outside the court, view him. And actually what you might not hear me say, which is what I said right after that, which is that I do think that they're in for a rude awakening when Mangione starts actually talking, because I don't think he can live up to their fantasies. And I think that once he starts opening his mouth and talking about his beliefs, I think we might realize he's not as moral, of a person as we thought. We might have we don't know anything about his motivations, basically. So, that's
Right,
what
but
that's
but Taylor, when I was watching this with you and Donnie O'Sullivan from CNN, who I think he's an excellent reporter, but the tone that you were both adopting.
Who's the bimbo on the right?
I've got to say, it did
I
not
think
sit
it's
well
Tommy.
with me. It was all very
It is?
light-hearted, very frivolous, very wow. Isn't this all a bit of fun? Hey, these crazy girls
Look
are all
at like
swearing
the
out.
find out
amount
when
of
she
lighting
talks.
she
You're
put
talking
into
about
her fucking
a
shot.
cold-blooded
Fucking-
executioner.
She
This is
looks
not
like
somebody that should be
that episode
viewed
of
in a-
Always Sunny
a
where they put
light-hearted
D
way.
under the
do you
lights.
regret now the tone
Do you know what I'm
that
talking
part
about?
of the
I
interview
think
was
so.
conducted?
I think I know the episode.
Well, listen, I think you can tone police all day long. Donnie and I spoke for over an hour about this, and what you're watching is a few seconds of a long conversation, and frankly, a long special that everybody should watch. I think what Donnie produced on CNN is a fantastic look at extremism in America. And Piers, I would again urge you to look at American culture. We are not a culture that treats serial killers or treats murderers or treats shooters the way that you are sort of speaking to it. And I agree with you. Should, every conversation about Luigi be, super serious because death is involved? Sure, maybe we should have a little bit more of a serious tone in some instances. But I don't think that my tone was a huge problem in that clip, because again, what I'm doing is sort of
you're not there.
describing
I
the
looked away for 2
fandom, which
seconds to
again,
put
as
on
I
a
said
clip.
to you as well, that doesn't mean that I agree with these girls that are showing up outside for God knows how many reasons, just the way that I don't agree with a lot of women that would send Charles Manson, love letters or selfies or whatever. I don't think that obviously,
Yes, the dog was
those
barking.
two people had similar motivations for
check
killing, but I'll just say
what he
again,
was barking at.
I don't know why, but they don't.
Loving these lights, you guys. I am glowing like an angel over here. Oh my God.
Fucking hell.
Tell me
we
I'm
don't
wrong.
know why Luigi Mangione has not spoken.
No, it's a good
and I
pick.
think that's what's so important to note when we see what people are projecting. So just as those women are projecting on Luigi Pierce, I would encourage you to actually listen to what I'm saying and not project.
Are you telling me that Taylor Lorenz is actually quite a rational person?
Yeah.
Crazy. Who knew the person who literally works in online extremism is a rational person? Crazy.
Okay, but people will have heard you just now, literally like 2 minutes ago, call him Luigi, like he's some, pop star.
Oh my
He's
God.
not Luigi.
His name is
He's not
Luigi.
your
What
buddy
would you-
Luigi.
What did you call what?
You
That's his
don't
name,
talk
Pierce.
about cold-blooded. So you call executioners Luigi by their first name, like some pal, do you?
Gypsy Rose? You don't think people call people Gypsy Rose Blanchard? They call her Gypsy Rose. Is that a problem? How would you refer to these
What a
people? How would you?
ridiculous
What would you?
fucking
What
statement.
name would you call them?
I'd probably call him Mangione when I'm talking about a bloke who's literally about to go to prison for the rest of his life
Okay,
for a
so you're-
cold-blooded
okay,
execution.
I will
But Tommy,
refer to him.
let me.
All right.
Well, let me bring
cringe.
Let me bring
Last
Tommy
name.
in because Tommy's been pulling some
What is his
really
criticism here?
interesting facial
so
expressions here. Tommy,
Okay, so the
it
thing
just
is,
seemed-
I guess in Britain, first names are much more personal.
I don't fucking know. I call everyone cunt.
Like, what?
That's
me, the
such a
tone-
strange fucking line of questioning. What the fuck?
He's a
Why?
strange man.
I mean, listen, Taylor can talk
That's
about
such a weird thing to get hung up on. Why'd you call Tommy Tommy? Call her Laren.
Well,
Believes all
I
he
guess
likes.
because
the tone of what I watch.
See, I thought where he was going was when you talk about killers, it's always Charles Manson, Jeffrey Dahmer.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, maybe, but it doesn't seem like that's what it was. He's
But
just
like, if you're having
objecting
an
with using
active
his first name.
conversation about Charles Manson, how many Charles Mansons are you going to say before you start saying Charles? With him, you might say Manson because it's easier to say. I guess he does kind of have a point. We normally will say Dahmer instead of Jeffrey.
Yeah.
But at the
again,
same
it's just
time,
an ease thing.
it's not Jeffrey Dahmer.
Mm.
Like, he killed one guy. You know how many murders just like this happen all over?
Jeffrey Dahmer ones? Like targeting
No,
gay people?
assassinations.
Oh.
Targeted killings in the middle of the street and shit.
Sure, heaps.
Was nauseating. How did you feel watching it?
Well, Piers, I have to go back to this very show. I think it was, a few months ago when we were on with Taylor and she said that she understood the joy that some people felt when this United Healthcare CEO was murdered in cold blood on a New York City
that's
street. So I'm
not
going
an
back to
extent-
that. So
like an
I find it hard
extraordinary
unless Taylor
statement.
has had this remarkable change of heart. She was one of those fangirls, at least initially.
No,
so if she has
no,
had a change
no,
of
no,
heart,
that's not what
I
I
would
said.
really love to hear it.
No, Tony, that's not what I said. What I said is that I felt joy that people like Piers who
Do you think she called her the wrong name on purpose?
What did she call it? Tony?
She said Tony.
I would always call her Tony.
I hope she's doing it on purpose.
I would keep doing it if I was her.
Who have never had to deal with our barbaric healthcare system, we're finally waking up to the problem in America. It does not bring me joy to see anybody doing shootings on the streets because as somebody that's covered gun violence extensively, I understand that that's actually a very terrifying sign of a crumbling democracy. If people just feel like the only way to get their voice heard is through shooting. And I actually think that that's what Donnie's CNN special does very well. It unpacks the fact that so many people feel like violence is the only way
she said
to
Donnie
make
that
rich people
time.
and people in power listen to them. That's
No, she's talking about someone else there.
Okay.
concerning.
If she corrects her on the name, I'm gonna lose my mind, because that's all she's focused on.
The word joy was used to describe in any way a murder, that some people are joyous, or that
No,
the
it
fact
was
that
not
this
used to
conversation
describe
is
a
being
murder.
brought
It
to
was
the
not used to
surface, people
describe a
feel
murder.
joy in that.
No, it was used to describe
Well, you're happy that the
feeling people
conversation
have.
is being had, and it took somebody's death to bring it there. But I would
Yes, it did
also
take
say
somebody's
this,
death to
Piers,
bring
when we're
that
talking
conversation.
about... Yeah, and again, talking about privilege and talking about never having to experience a healthcare system, what I'm missing here, not just with Taylor, but with others that are fangirling or fanboying over Luigi Mangione, is y'all realize, right, that this is a privileged kid. This is not a kid that comes from the inner city. He doesn't come from Appalachia living in
matter.
a trailer home. This is a privileged kid who murdered, by all accounts, a man who...
Why don't you understand that it does not matter? It doesn't matter where he came from. It matters the symbolism of someone gunning down a representative of the system that has hurt so many people. How you don't understand that is mind-boggling.
who does come from humble beginnings, who was a husband and a father. And it's so bizarre to me that the left is taking this tone. It's not just with this case, it's with so many. It's like, if you agree with the end goal here, if you agree that the healthcare system is bad, or if you look at what happened in Frisco, Texas with Carmelo Anthony, who is accused of stabbing a 17-year-old at a track meet. They're like, oh, well, it was a white kid. Oh, if you vandalize or firebomb a test.
She is perfectly showing that the right wing has no interest in understanding violence. They only promote it when it benefits them, and they denounce it when it doesn't. That's it. They don't want to understand. They don't want to know. They don't want to hear about it. They just want to know what the race of the person was and what happened. And surface level is all they care about. There is nothing deeper to them.
Tesla dealership. It's okay because we hate Elon. There's always a but. There's always an excuse. And the same thing when President Trump has had 2 assassination attempts on his life.
Okay. How about justification? Again, with the Tesla thing, Elon has created a situation where there is no recourse for people to recover what he's taken away. He has enriched himself, so people see only one recourse: hitting his wallet. Tesla. Even though I think Tesla isn't the largest part of his portfolio, it's SpaceX. So.
The left is like, oh, well, we don't like assassinations, but we understand it. But he's a Nazi. Why is this the continued narrative from the left? It's pretty twisted.
Well, Tommy, can I just say something? I agree that we're in a very scary time where I would argue on the left and the right, we're seeing increasingly violent rhetoric. And that's actually exactly what Donnie's entire CNN special is about. It's about the fact that people on the left and right both feel that they cannot operate within the bounds of our democratic system to get change. And so increasingly, you're seeing people, again, on both the left and the right, turning to violence or advocating for violence. And I think that as anybody that cares about democracy should be concerned about that. And instead of tone policing, they should try to understand the outrage that people feel. I actually think the right has done a good job of speaking to people's outrage. I think Donald Trump does a good job of harnessing people's outrage. But I think that What we need to pay attention to is the outrage across the political system and say, hey, why are so many
Taylor
people
Lorenz
standing
is so
killers?
funny
Why is one of the biggest
because
memes
she
on the internet
literally
about assassins?
never on anything shows her actual like political views, and
Yes.
everyone just assumes everything about her. Like
Yeah.
she never actually says how she feels about something, like
Very rarely,
politically,
yeah, if
and
ever.
it's just like I agree with you on this, and that's the best thing that she does is constantly being like, she like tactically yields ground, you know, like the Mongolians.
Assassinating the president. Why don't we ask those questions and try to understand those things rather than having, you know, freakouts about the tone of a 2-second CNN clip?
Yeah, but hang on. The reason the tone matters is because when you look like you're just going along with all this as a kind of fascinating cultural phenomenon of our day, hey, all these girls swooning over the handsome, blah, 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 blah. It's actually nauseating. Imagine being the family of that healthcare executive watching you and Donny. And again, I like Donny. He's a good journalist. He's from Ireland. He's like me. We're Irish. But I just didn't like the whole tone of it.
You
Donny
cried
replied on one
over the
stage to you,
Queen.
yeah, I just realised women will literally date an assassin before they swipe right on me. That's
He's
where
Northern Irish.
we're at. And you both laughed. What I didn't see, particularly from you, Taylor, was direct, unequivocal condemnation of this.
Oh my God.
You kind of just
Shut
went, yeah, isn't it?
the
It's weird,
fuck
isn't it? Blah, blah, blah.
up. Like, the obsession with, like, every single time we watch him, he's like, do you condemn this?
Well, Piers always has to help the guest who's having trouble with the debate, you see?
So he brings in logical fallacies.
Yeah, so he's helping Taylor look worse in the debate because Tony is an idiot. That's the thing about Piers. Piers is just making a product. He stands for nothing. He is the Micro of journalism.
That these women are viewing him in this light, isn't it? Because it reminds me. Well, hang on. It reminds me of when we had the Boston Marathon bombing, and you had the Zanaev brothers. I was on air at CNN at the time, who had committed one of the most heinous acts of modern times in America. And what was their reward for this? Rather than everyone hating these
They
people,
died.
It ended up with them being the cover of Rolling Stone magazine. It was quite
They're
extraordinary.
dead.
And then people again talking about, wow, aren't they good
Bro.
looking? Aren't they charismatic?
Can
they
we
this?
pause
Aren't
for
they
a
that?
second?
No.
The fucking last stands that these kids make is so underknown, right? They fucking... Actually, I think one may have lived, but, like, one of them literally kills his brother. He tries to run from the scene and runs him over in the car. And then the other kid is, like, shot up, and he crawled into somebody's, like, boat. You know how you cover your boat in your yard? So he crawled under the cover of the boat and was bleeding out in some guy's boat, and they found him in there. And I want to say he did die, but I'm not sure.
What was this for?
One might have lived. I know he literally ran over his brother's head and crushed his skull. Huh?
I don't know what you're talking about. What is this?
The Boston Bombers.
Oh, when they
The
found them.
manhunt
Yeah, okay.
for them.
I didn't know about that. I don't know anything about it, really.
Okay,
I know
the
they
one
loaded
did
up
survive.
runners. They go boom. At the ending, the very finish, right? Killed like 100 people, no?
No, they only
No?
killed 3. They injured many, though. His
Oh,
death sentence was vacated on appeal.
Huh.
As of 2025, he's being held on death row. You'll never guess where.
You're right, I never will.
It's a fucking... Shut up!
Guantanamo?
No, the Colorado Supermax, where all the Gitmo guys
Ah.
should be. This dude is literally... He may have been a citizen of the United States, but he was born... They don't even know when he was born. Shut up! They don't even know where he was born. It says Kyrgyzstan or Russia.
Damn, okay. Weird. Soviet.
So, see, even though he is a U.S. citizen, you know, I'm surprised that he's not in Gitmo. Probably because he was arrested on U.S. soil. That was KSM's mistake, is hiding in Pakistan.
True. Are we watching a movie?
Maybe we can. I don't think anyone voted in the poll.
One person did at least.
Let me see. Sure.
No, they are terrorists who bombed innocent people at a marathon. And I feel the same way about this guy, Luigi Mangione. He's not a handsome, charismatic freedom fighter hero. He's a disgusting human being who plotted and executed a cold-blooded execution of a father of 2 children. That's what he is. And what I didn't see from you, and you can call me the tone police all you like,
we also
but where
have
was
to
the
watch that other...
condemnation of
the
this hero worship? It wasn't there.
I really encourage you to rewatch Dhoni's entire special, Misinfo Nation, on CNN, because I do think
I'm talking about you. I'm talking about your bit.
Well, if you see, I'm not just in that clip, I'm in other segments throughout the program. And I will say once again, I just want to stress to people that I don't want to live in a country where the only way that people feel like they can be heard is through violence. I think that's incredibly dangerous. I do think people like you and others are dismissing a significant amount of institutional violence in the healthcare system, which is a problem. But that doesn't mean that that's excusing, people that take violence in their own hands to try to change the system. I was 3 feet away from James Fields when he drove through the car and murdered Heather Heyer in Charlottesville. And that was horrifying to me. People were glorifying him. People were standing him. Again, this is America. This is not a new thing for us to glorify and stand serial killers. It's just not. And it's part of our culture. And is it a good part of our culture? No, it's probably not a great part of our culture. But we need to look at the motivations.
Probably not. Wait. Sorry to put my tone police hat on again.
What? Oh my God.
You said probably. As if there's any...
God, it's like arguing with fucking agents.
It's arguing with a pigeon. Or playing chess with a pigeon.
Ugh.
You know,
Nightmare.
It doesn't matter how good you are at playing chess. The pigeon's still going to knock over the pieces and shit all over the board.
That's true. But it's like, if you don't explicitly say literally everything, they'll always have a problem. It's like, oh, what about this even more specific thing? Well, how about you shut the fuck up? Because clearly you're grasping at straws.
As if there's any doubt. But you go on about me being a tone police when you say things like, I think it's probably wrong to idolize serial killers and terrorists. Really?
While he's whinging here, just go, where?
All right.
While he's whinging.
There's the link. If you're on YouTube and you don't click that link,
YouTube.
Extremists will end early for you.
Mm-hmm. It'll be...
Probably?
Well, yes. It's a bit of a rhetorical statement there, but let's just be clear. No, we don't want to live in a world where serial killers and murderers are idolized above, other people.
So why don't you just condemn it? Condemn it unreservedly now. Call out every single person that idolizes these killers right now. Just say, I unreservedly condemn it.
You're cringe,
As I've said so many times, I unreservedly condemn the system that we've built where, people feel like they have to idolize people that commit violence outside the system because they feel like that's the only way they can
condemn the system, but you won't condemn the people doing the idolizing.
But the people doing the idolizing, you mean these random people that show up outside of his court? What do you mean?
Yes,
I don't know.
Condemn it. Why is it so hard for you to condemn this and to say it's disgusting?
I repeatedly,
it's appalling.
let me just say over and over again, I have said so many times on this show that I don't believe people should be walking around shooting people in the street. I think this is a very dangerous time. I think that we are seeing
No, I'm
rising
talking about the
extremism.
people that hero worship these killers. So can you just,
But
for the
again,
record,
but
condemn
let me ask you a question,
as
Piers.
disgusting the people that hero? You keep reverting back to
Oh
the
my god, there's a
system
bigger
that makes
problem,
them do
you
it.
fucking meathead.
Just
Well,
condemn them.
okay.
Just say they're all disgusting.
You want me to condemn every random person in America that feels sympathetic to a serial killer? I just think it's a completely unproductive argument. You seem obsessed with me repeating a very specific language and phrase to the point that you're dismissing everything that I'm saying.
Yes.
Which I do
Well
think,
done,
Piers, that we
Taylor.
can agree that
Well
neither
done.
of us wants to live in a country that the only language that is spoken is violence. And I think, again, I would encourage you to condemn the violence that we're seeing from our healthcare system, that we're seeing these executives perpetuate. You don't condemn that. You don't chastise that. That's not what you're outraged about. You're not having programs
Actually, I've
outraged
criticised. Actually, that's total bullshit. I've criticised your healthcare system many times because I come from a country with a much superior healthcare system where if you
the British.
No, that's the thing though. It is superior. He's not wrong.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
Because British medical systems are notoriously bad.
You can still get a fucking appointment though.
True.
fell over in the street in London and broke a leg, you would get free healthcare, world-class healthcare, and sent back on your plane in a nice sling. So I don't. So you're wrong again. No, I'm bringing. Hang on, I'm bringing Tommy. I'm bringing Tommy in now. So Tommy, it's very interesting to me because Taylor doing her
I don't
usual.
care what Tommy has to say. So goodbye, YouTube.
Tony. His name's Tony.
Tony, yes, sorry, Tony.
His name's Tony.
Good day, sir. I bid you
Tony
good day.
the Tiger.
Click that link